genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide.
Yo, all they do is lie about Palestine. Dehumanize lives to justify war crimes. 75 years of occupation, now it's extermination. Ooh, we live on our news feeds. A Holocaust in real time, and some are talking both sides. Opinions left and right, while children left to die. From war to rockets, it's a racket that stabilized the debt market. Ask a million dead Iraqis. Pregúntale a los palestinos, a los sirios, a los hijos de los desaparecidos. Ask the mother of the child bombed to smithereens. Ask the man who lost his fam to the military machine. Backed up by the arms industry. Best believe blow back or go beyond the Middle East. Hit the streets of America, sunsets on the empire, ojalá, y'all.
Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide.
This is a reminder. This is not a conflict. 75 years, the whole world watching. If you took my land, I might have to push you off it. The military complex, making profits. Apartheid, settler colonialism. Millions of people in an open-air prison. Gotta be real, we can't call it a war. When the scales are unequal, I'm on the side of the poor. Who got no water, no medical supplies, no electricity, I'm getting sick of all the lies. Corporate media, Western propaganda. In Ferguson, I learned to organize con la ganga. Rest in power to the comrade past. Some Palestinians gave us classes to deal with tear gases. Shots to the eyes, they shot hundreds in Chile. Trained by IDF to control my village. They monopolized the violence, monopolized the narrative. Free Palestina in the moment is imperative. Shots to my relatives, gotta sing my song. Cause they been killing us just for way too long.
What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide.
Palestina libre. Viva, viva Palestina. Yo, Gaza resiste, no hay paz sin justicia. Si el pan no nos rinde a luchar con el rifle. This is coming your way. Blackouts every day, food rations, kids going hungry. Not a doomsday professor, but if we know the settlers, they won't let up till we all in the ghettos. Gaza tight prisons for all in opposition. Stand up now, homie, this just the beginning. Crisis in the dollar, realign the world powers. War, the only way they resolve their problems. Call us animals, call us savage, grant safe passage, then bomb those processions. Shaded villains, they not capable of agreements. No negotiations, but eso Gaza resiste. If your existence is resistance, it's a fight for your life. Time we all get the message and unite. Stop this.
Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. What do I have? Genocide, it's a genocide.
Alrighty, folks, welcome on into the Central Committee Street with your host Mike from PA. We are live once again. Chat. I think the news is being released. Oh no. It has begun. It has begun. The news is happening. Okay, chat. I'm trying to get my sub goal to work. It wouldn't work for some reason. Is it like permanently broken? Here, let me just try. Let me do this real quick. How is everybody doing today? Hold on. It's 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'll go with 9. We'll see if we can get it to work with 9. 9. There we go. Start goal. Why the fuck does it say, what the fuck? Okay, when I try to do a sub goal, chat, it just says 92,167. Huh? Booker breakdown billions burned on light tank. Yeah, I heard this news. The US is canceling the light tank they wanted to build. Is it follower count? Oh. But why though? I mean, you're right. That's true. That is roughly where I'm at, but huh? But I don't Why is it doing that? Supposed to be subs. I don't know, man. Well, we'll just have to put that in the darkness for now. It configured it correct. It just randomly broke. I haven't changed anything. I wasn't gonna say anything, but that guy would not stop talking about how he wanted to have relations with a podcast member, made jokes about women being raped in Vietnam, and made me extremely uncomfortable. I tried to say something and was told it wasn't a big deal. He would say the women who accused him of SA in the military were liars, and I still can't believe he was allowed around other female content creators, including me. The truth always comes to light. I hope these women know they did the right thing. Holy shit, dude. Fetterman had another episode with the Pennsylvania Teachers Union. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Anyway, okay. What are we talking about today? It is May 8th, 2025. Here's the reality, chat. It's a big news day. It's a big news day, both nationally, internationally, and on Twitch. Yeah. Oh man, I've been sitting on something for a while. I think the news is finally being released this morning. Getting caught up at Andor, dude. The Gormans remind you of the French partisans. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to be. Of course, the Gormans are supposed to be like French people. You're correct. Is the name Naomi Klein Chiron for today, or did you read? Oh yeah, we read it yesterday. Sorry, I need to fix that. What is the first story we're going to talk about today? Honestly, I feel like watching John. I've been trying to watch this John Oliver video on tariffs for a while. Is Ethan being sued? Denim streamed. His title is telling him to lawyer up. Listen, I'm not going to jump ahead of her own announcements. Okay, let Denims announce her own shit, and then I'll let you know. But he's already being sued by a lot of people already. Like, so that's kind of my feeling on that. What's the first thing we're going to talk about? Okay. Oh, yeah. This will be a good start. Trump's tariffs backfire. The Gattsu. The Gattsu video to start off the stream will get us going. Get our juice flowing. Dan Clancy next, inshallah. I really think that at a certain point, these guys should be sued. I don't think that they're actually going to get that much of a boost. I mean, like, it is what it is. You should co-stream with her. I think she should do her own thing. I think she should do her own thing and get it off. It's her shit. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to steal her shit.
Donald Trump's policies have been
okay. Let's get going with the Gattsu to warm us up.
Has recently decided to start a trade.
Ethan is small potatoes for Clancy. No. Bro has called him a Nazi and a pedophile, man. To millions of people. I don't care who you are. That's not okay. That's not okay. Like, you don't get to just call someone a Nazi and a pedophile, put them in an SS uniform, and have people harass them in real life. Hutch was being a wheezy little... Hutch is just a Destiny Orbiter. That's it. It's not very complicated. He's just a Destiny Orbiter who's too cowardly to, like, to actually say anything valuable or interesting.
Trade war with a country that manufactures one of every 3 items in the world, and it's because they're hating, man. China is getting bread and they're pocket watching. It's jealousy. The 2 biggest economies in the world have literally been going band for band with each other, and the rest of us are gonna suffer the consequences of it. And this shit has been causing an uproar for the people and the companies, such as when Apple flew 5 planes full of iPhones from India and China to beat Trump's tariffs. The main thing is he wants everything to be manufactured in the US, from pans and shoes to iPhones and cars. It's a good cause really, but some people would rather wear Nikes than make them. And there is a reason that iPhones are made in China. Like the CEO of Apple said,
"Let me just step right in. I got things to advance. I'm an innovator, baby, change the world."
China stopped being the low labor cost country many years ago. The real reason is the skill and the quantity of the skill in one location. And he noted that the US lacks the precision tooling engineers, and without it, there are no iPhones. Even if the US were to start building these capabilities.
I love this clip I love this video so much because it's posted by conservatives a lot, and the guy that's right here, like this central guy, is like the owner of the company, and he doesn't normally do this. He was doing this for a social media post. This is the male equivalent of like posting a selfie with like 8 filters on. Like, this is not his normal job. He's also like violating like 8 different OSHA things and not wearing a helmet, etc., etc. So like this guy right here is a poser. So I love this fucking video because it's just like, it's the most quintessential suburban conservative video.
Today, it would take a generation to reach the scale required. Manufacturing iPhones domestically could also reduce the available iPhones by 90 to 99% and cook Apple. It will be the Huawei sun rising on the horizon. Also, because of the unavailability of all this, a single iPhone fully manufactured in the US could cost $30,000. His main reasoning for tariffs is that America has a big trade deficit where they buy more stuff than sell stuff.
I love the idea of like capitalism made the iPhone,
but that is just
like made in China. You know what I mean? Like, it's so funny. It's like, but without capitalism, you wouldn't have the iPhone. And it's like, well, all the iPhone's like components were developed because of government grants. Like the LCD screen. Why do you think that exists? Why do you think the internet exists? Wi-Fi chips. Like almost every major part in the iPhone was actually originally government research. And then it's built in communist China. And the capitalists are like, but iPhone though.
Stupid, because number one, Americans are way richer and have way more money than Europeans, and especially everyone else from other parts of the world.
God, I love this guy too. Gattsu's leaning hard on the TikTok crying guy, and I get it. I do get it, but like, I feel like this man deserves royalties at this point.
Import and buy stuff, and also because it doesn't take into account that different people in different countries like different things, such as when you're asking an European to buy your cars instead of their local BMW, Mercedes or Renault. You're telling people that have roads like this to drive cars that are built for roads 4 times the size. For example, here is how ridiculous American cars look on European roads. So saying you need to tariff the EU because they're not buying American cars is wild, because maybe they would buy American cars if they were not the size of fucking tanks. And if you look at the news, it's like people are living in 2 completely different realities. This one tells you the tariffs are good, the other one says we're cooked. Since the tariffs are only going to make our lives more expensive and the eternal band for band we are trapped in between the US and China keeps getting more heated, we will find out soon which one it is. And you can easily know.
Actually, this is what's going to happen. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen after we skip over the stupid ground news bullshit. Oh fuck, he's making it so good I have to watch it. Fuck, it looks like such a good ad, I have to watch it. I don't want to. Oh, he integrated it so well in the video. No. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so basically what Trump is doing, he's raising these tariffs and he's using the revenue he's getting from the tariffs to cut taxes on the rich, which means he's basically creating, it's a backward way of creating the fair tax. Do you guys remember do you guys remember Forbes? Do you remember you guys probably don't recall this guy. Okay, there was this perennial presidential candidate named Forbes. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can find a clip. Forbes fair tax.
Forward TV. The world is thinking.
My own view on taxes is that the federal income tax code is just an abomination that's a huge deadweight on the American economy. Just quickly to put it in perspective, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which defined the character of the American nation, 268 words in length. Talk about good editing. Declaration of Independence, mostly Thomas Jefferson's work, 1,300 words. Constitution, 5,000 words. The Bible took centuries to put together, 773,000 words. Now you take the federal income tax code, all of its attendant rules and regulations, 9 million words and rising. And nobody knows what's in the thing. You don't have to go to the Amazon to find exotic creatures.
What's really interesting about this is it's dumb as fuck. Like, this is the biggest conservative talking point, which is, it's really long. It's really long. You have to read a lot of words. And it's like, that's actually not really how people encounter the tax code now. Most of what he's talking about are interpretations and edge cases. Or, you know, you're not going to get all different forms of income. You're not going to be involved in all, you know, forms of business. You do, you know, if you have an oil well, you have a bunch of tax codes for oil wells. You know, like, it is precise is exactly the thing, is each individual business type. What do you have? 80,000 different businesses? What the fuck are you even talking about? Most of the shit is completely irrelevant to you.
Creatures, they're crawling around this thing. The tax collectors don't know. You call their hotline 25, 30% of the time they'll give you the wrong answer, hold you responsible. They don't know what's in the thing many times. And then a few years ago, Money Magazine did a survey, just for fun. They took a hypothetical family's finances, gave the numbers to 45 different tax preparers, experts in the field.
Tax preparer doesn't make you an expert.
Asked them to prepare that family's tax return, and you know what they got back. 45 different returns, 45 different estimates of what the family owed, thousands of dollars of difference. The experts sometimes get tripped up on this thing. And so I think when you look at things like spending 6.5 billion hours a year filling out tax forms, look at...
By the way, the alternative of this is just have the government automatically fill out the forms for most people. But he opposes that because there are these privatized scam businesses who make a lot of money by giving tax return cash advances, which are basically small payday loans where they charge exorbitant interest rates. And so we have this gigantic parasitical barnacle on our society that is preventing us from having the taxes being done by the government for us, like they do in many other nations in the developed Western world. And so anyway, why am I bringing up this old fucking video? Well, this guy is arguing for, we're going to get to it, the flat tax.
All the wasted energy, angst, brain power on this thing. It's the biggest source of corruption in Washington. Half the lobbying revolves around the tax code, infects and pollutes everything we do. I think we just should take this monstrosity, kill it, drive a stake through its heart, bury it, and hope it never rises again. Just simply start all over again. And I'd replace it with a simple flat tax, single rate, 17%, would apply after generous exemptions for adults and for dependents and children. Family of four, for example, no tax on your first $46,000 of income, no tax on savings, and no death taxes. I believe you should be allowed to leave the world unmolested by the IRS. Or as our founders might say, no taxation without respiration. And on the business side, we have now the second highest tax in the world. Lower our profits tax to 17%, get rid of depreciation schedules. If you make a capital investment, write it off in the year in which you make it. If you have a loss, carry it forward against future profits to use the thing up. You simplify the thing like that, I think you'll see this economy take off like a rocket as we apply our brains and do things for the right reasons, not for trying to get around the shoals or manipulate the tax code. 25 countries have done it in recent years, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe. Where it's been tried, it works. They get more collections because of its simplicity. If you make it, you pay it. Also, the lower rates make it more worthwhile for people to do productive things like productive work, taking risks, and moving ahead. So this is not a laboratory thing, an academic thing. It's working in the real world. Eventually, I hope someday we'll do the same thing.
So this is kind of what Trump is doing, except an even dumber tactic, which is he's going to try to massively cut the income tax for the super rich, leave the income tax for the poor and working class, and then raise taxes via tariffs, which will cause a massive government imbalance because either we're going to have we're going to have a more regressive tax code where poor people and working class people pay a lot more in taxes and the rich pay almost nothing. And then if manufacturing is brought to the U.S., then the tariff income will start to decline, thereby making there not enough money to like run even important parts of the government like air traffic control. I don't know if you guys are seeing what's going on with air traffic control in Newark, but basically one of the most important airports in the entire country, Newark, New Jersey, which is also used as a satellite airport for New York City and the entire in northern Jersey, it's probably one of the most important airports in the entire world. It's basically being shut down because they don't have any air traffic controllers.
Soon which one it is, and you can easily know by using ground news, which helps you cut through the BS and figure out what's real, which is why they're sponsoring today's video. They pull in thousands of sources worldwide and actually organize them. So instead of doom scrolling through 50 Twitter takes, you can compare headlines side by side, check a source's bias, factuality, and even
Have I seen the new Helldivers War Bond today? Why? What about it?
Owns the sources. It can save you from some truly deranged rabbit holes. Right now, everybody is talking about Liberation Day tariffs and how it will affect us. So with Ground News, you can just see who is telling you this information. And with Ground News, you can look at over 200 sources covering this story because you can't just rely on one source. The same story is being reported as this signs up America for stagflation and the tariffs are for working men and women, libtard owned. When you're on the internet, because I know you guys spend a lot of time on Twitter where you just see bullshit 24/7, like the most unhinged takes that people used to get locked in an insane asylum for 30 years ago. You don't know if you're getting news or propaganda, and Ground News is very useful in knowing which one it is. Like the low factuality far right source is not going to be true. It's like listening to Bryce Mitchell. And with everything going on right now, the White House Twitter is speaking like this and posting AI slop. Now is not the time to be clueless and get something useful. Right now you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access to everything, which is about $5 a month. Just go to ground.news/Gattsu or scan the QR code on screen. It's the same plan I use to see the UN roasting my country. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring the video. This was a big aura battle, and much like most other wars, the US lost this one too. They went back and forth increasing tariffs on each other, going band for band, 34%, 84%, 145%, 125%, until the Chinese embassy started aura farming. Going aura for aura with a country whose flag looks like this and the leader looks like Yakuza is a bad decision. They started Mao posting.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived.
Meanwhile, the only
most of that time, there wasn't any United States.
thing the White House was doing was posting AI fascist slop. Like
Trump in the AI Pope attire. The idea, like so many good elements here. First of all, Donald Trump buff, number one. Number two, red lightsaber. What can you even say? What can you even say at this point? I think people underestimate how much of conservatism has just become nihilistic sadism. I think there really is an under-discussed element. I think it's really under-discussed of like how much conservatives actually think of themselves as the villain, or the idea that there's no such thing as good or evil. There just is. You know, might makes right shit. I mean, villain shit. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's crazy.
Was posting AI fascist slop, like posting an AI Studio Ghibli generated picture of someone getting deported, which is extremely dystopian, not to mention the do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know we were fascists now. I must have missed the message that Hitler is good now. Oh look, and there's the Gestapo, I mean ICE, breaking down doors to deport people who are legally in America for protesting. The thing is, I'm not worried that they're fascists or something, but if you are, can you guys at least dress cool? Like,
You're just mad because the dark side could do cool stuff like force choke, and light side only does lame stuff like heal people. Yep, you got me.
Don't want people being oppressed by motherfuckers walking around like this. Please get some aura. The only aura these motherfuckers like Charlie Kirk have is women being uncomfortable around them.
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the I'm sorry.
It means little.
By the way, even if it does mean that in Latin, right? It's a different language where the word is used differently. Like, do you not understand that languages take words and concepts from other languages and then use them and make new concepts? It's not the exact same concept. That's not what I mean. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, they think they're cooking.
Little human being.
Ooh, the smile is very creepy.
This is a massive aura loss, so much that people decided I'm not even going to the US anymore. I'm done. And they're losing billions from people just not traveling to the US anymore. And speaking of losing billions,
we're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're gonna win more.
When the tariffs got announced, America started losing trillions, and then Trump was like, trust me, bro, the market is fine, it's just going to recover, but it kept going down and down. So he suspended tariffs on most countries, but not China. And then the stock shot back up. But hey, at least his friends made money.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million.
It's just so much bad PR because making enemies with every single country in the world and your neighbors and saying you want your allies' lands will make you seem like a massive asshole. And this is done with AI slow propaganda as well, man. Just follow your fucking leader, please. I don't even want to go on the internet.
I mean, like, god damn. Follow your leader? Jesus.
Anymore. When you see the White House posting AI slope of immigrants getting deported, how can you not lose faith in humanity? But the best thing about all this is Tesla stock falling. I wake up, nice sunny day in Tbilisi. Tesla stock down. It's so good. If Elon Musk has no I am dead. You know, Tesla stock rose a lot because Elon helped Trump get elected by giving him a shit ton of money and also pushing far-right Trump propaganda on Twitter. And then when he won the elections, Tesla stock rose. Like, yeah, we love Hitler now. We can say that. Trump is president now. Elon is so responsible for all this happening because after purchasing Twitter with the help of a Russian oligarch and Diddy, true story
and Saudi Arabia. By
the way, he has just been pushing fake news and far-right propaganda. You used to go on Twitter and see posts like, I like Japanese curry. Now you go and it's like... There is nothing more beautiful to me than watching Tesla stock fall, especially because I know what this...
I love the idea of him going and trying to stream and everyone's like, Yakub's worst creation. Thank you, Elon Musk, for inventing not paying child support.
is responsible for.
Yakub's worst creation has been added to your ignore list. He manually had to ignore people messaging him that he's a piece of shit. That's incredible, dude.
Him supporting Trump is not even top 5. It's the fact that he's a classical oligarch. And the Eastern Europeification of America has been funny to watch, honestly. Like, yeah, now you guys know. All America needs to become Eastern Europe is a couple more civil wars and a bit more corruption. It already has the oligarchy. You guys
getting there.
It's already bordered Russia and corruption is already on the rise. So I'm sure you guys can make it if you really try. Also, the fact that Elon got the president of America to promote his shitty electric car brand is absolute cinema. Everything's computer. It's just that I don't like
Everything's computer, and I'm from New York. I never really drove much.
This man, but he's so funny. Like, what do you mean you call tariffing penguins Liberation Day, bro? America has been subjugated by these countries such as Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. The Tunisians, they have been subjugating us. America will not be a pawn to Cambodia anymore. And like, everything is so absurd now. I don't even know how someone can look at the news and not go insane. This time, it's not even overreacting. There are 2 major wars going on, 3rd one incoming, and every world leader is a war-hungry moron.
It's time for India versus Pakistan.
As my neighbors said, why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor? This is why I just got tired of the bullshit and played The Last of Us 2. Now, Anya was saying that The Last of Us 2 is so good that it made him not anti-Semitic. I personally think you should not...
Wait, what?
Be anti-Semitic regardless of if you like The Last of Us 2 or not. The Last of Us 2 fucking sucked. The gameplay was ass, the story was mid, and the entire game felt so long for no reason because the story was ass too. There was so much unnecessary stuff and it felt like being sad and gross just for the sake of it. While the original Last of Us had at least some happiness in this dark shit world, the second one just doesn't care and all the characters aren't important at all. They introduce a character and then they die and nobody ever mentions them again. I've been to Berlin. I can't be homophobic. So these morons complaining about Ellie being a...
Listen, you're allowed to... I never played the Last of Us games. Mike confession. I never played the Last of Us games.
lesbian and the game being woke was why it was bad are stupid to me. The gameplay is ass and the story doesn't make any sense, and Ellie being lesbian is where they drew the line. I get what they were trying to do with Abby because empathy is important and a lot of people have forgotten about that. You should love your neighbor. Maybe not all of them because I'm Georgian, so I got some wacky ass neighbors, but you know what I mean. The reason you spend half the game as Abby was to get you to empathize with her as well, and I don't even think what Abby did was unreasonable. Joel killed her fucking dad. Like, you can't let that go. But
oh, by the way, never mind.
There was just so much unnecessary scenes and the characters made no sense.
I don't want to talk about Last of Us. Like, I was about to start talking about it and then I was just like, nah, I'm good.
Like, this guy just cheats on his pregnant girlfriend with Abby for no reason and out of nowhere. No build up, no DMs. They're arguing about killing people and that conversation just made him think, you know what? Fuck my pregnant girlfriend.
Okay, Gattsu, you're being a Gen Zer right now. This is actually Gen Z. Holy shit, this is Gen Z. This is Gen Z coded. Oh my god, is this so Gen Z coded? That's how life works, man. What, you think every time someone cheats, it's some sort of like deep-seated like emotional connection that they make with another people just have sex sometimes. It just happens sometimes. I'm not saying this is normal or good. I'm just saying that for sometimes some people have sex and it does, you know, like come on, like, what are you talking about? This is so Gen Z. Oh my god, I can't believe this character cheated. Bro, come on. Bro, there's this thing with Gen Z where it's like, if this thing happens and it makes me feel bad, that means the show is bad. I'm actually want to play Last of Us now.
And that ugly ass kid. I want that Ababusi. Like, motherfuckers were hating on this scene just because Abby isn't hot, ignoring the fact that the cheating scene made no sense. And it made me uncomfortable as well. I don't like seeing cheating. And the gameplay felt build up, no DMs. They're arguing about killing people and that conversation just made him think, you know what? Fuck my pregnant girlfriend.
No, he probably didn't think that. Yo, Gen Z is cooked. Yo, Gen Z is fucking cooked. Oh my god, dude. Like, I'm not saying it's okay to cheat. I'm not saying that any of this would be okay or acceptable if you were in a relationship with someone. But this is part of like the human experience, and it's a totally valid thing to write in your story. It's not like it's like, if anything, it's extremely uncommon to write about this truthful experience because people react like you do, which is they get all up in their own anxieties instead of experiencing and seeing the relationships between characters as having more verisimilitude. It's good to have realistic stories where people make mistakes. Like, what are you talking about?
That ugly ass kid. I want that Ababusi. Like, motherfuckers were hating on this scene just because Abby isn't hot, ignoring the fact that the cheating scene made no sense. And it made me uncomfortable as well. I don't like seeing cheating. And the gameplay,
I legitimately don't know what to say. I legitimately don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. People just want to have like action figure dolls they play with. They don't want... This is like one of the biggest problems with video games in general, is that a lot of the people who play video games were told as they were growing up, video games are for kids. And so they never developed an adult sensibility or adult artistic sense, and they only want little action figure dolls that they play with. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. This is a story with flawed human beings. And I don't know about you, but here, if you're like in the apocalypse and you finally find a place of like refuge and you're alone with someone that you find attractive and you haven't had sex in a long time, and you feel you know, chemistry in the moment, you're probably gonna fuck. It's the fucking apocalypse. Now the guy is a piece of shit because he has a girlfriend who's pregnant or whatever, but like, come on, what the hell are you talking about? It's the apocalypse. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Play felt so repetitive and boring.
Why are we hyper focusing on this? Because it's something that I've noticed about Gen Z and it bothers me. Gen Z is like insane. Like, Gen Z has the weirdest I would call it like deeply Puritan sensibilities towards sex. It's very, very conservative. And it doesn't come from like a religious sensibility, which I could disagree with, but I could understand. It comes from being emotionally stunted. Like it actually freaks me out. I got to admit this. It actually freaks me out more than a conservative old. Like a conservative old that disagrees with this because sex, that's a sin. You should have that in there. It's temptation. Like, I don't agree. I think that's laughably stupid, but I understand it. Whereas the Gen Z stuff is like, it's in a show and it's bad. That makes the show is bad. And there's like yelling. They're just yelling and they don't have any art. There's no thoughts. Empty head. I feel uncomfortable, therefore bad. It's crazy. Same with their takes on sex themes in film. They generally do not want to see any form of eroticism. You know what it is? I think ironically, it is the strong availability of hardcore pornography to Gen Z their entire lives that has made them erotically stunted. Like they categorize any kind of sexual titillation and they associate it with the most hardcore pornography. Like there's like it is. So if you have a scene with any kind of sexual content or God forbid nudity, they immediately start in their mind reacting to it like it's porn. And they don't want to, and like they don't date and they don't fuck. So I guess they start to feel existential dread because somebody else is like being shown having sex on like screen. Who is they? Generation Z, the most virginal generation in history. Like, what the fuck are you doing, guys?
It's just sneak until you get caught and then shoot for like 20 hours. By the end, I was like, please let this game end already, bro. I just want to know what happens. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I made you laugh in this video, and like in this capitalist world, laughs cost a lot of money. But because I'm nice, I'm Georgian, I'm communist, I'm Stalin. So I'm giving you this for free only if you click that subscribe button, because I have my own project 2025 to achieve. So like and subscribe and goodbye.
I was supposed to be talking about tariffs, so then we went off on a tangent about how Gen Z never fucks. Gen Z isn't having sex, reaching milestones like their parents. Although there have been several studies that have suggested that Gen Z are engaging in less sexual activity compared to previous generations, such as baby boomers, Gen X, and millennials. Authors of the study believe that delayed absence of sexual activity is indicative of Generation Z putting off major life decisions such as owning a home or developing long-term romantic relationships. I don't think they're putting them off. I think they financially can't do it. I think a lot of it is, since you can't get your own place, you don't want to have sex in your parents' house. And you're just all in all not going out as much. It's few. Oh yeah, there you go. Lower economic opportunities. There's just something really weird going on with Gen Z. I don't know how to figure it out. Like they're so worried about being cringe. They have this like it's like permanent adolescence. Like a lot of people call millennials permanent adolescents. And I don't think that's true. I think that Gen Z is truly like super adolescent, but then they also use plastic surgery at like fucking 16 and 18. I don't know, man. There's just, the internet has really cooked Gen Z's brain. I'm not blaming them. It's just like hyper cooked. I think it's more about how they've been denied privacy their entire lives. They live between hyper online panopticon and helicopter parents that never give them any autonomy. I mean, I think you're cooking right now. I think you're cooking. I think you're fucking cooking. Also, like being horny is cringe. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, did you see their leaked DMs? Like any kind of sexting is always cringe as fuck. I don't care who you are. It's impossible to look cool while sexting. You know what I mean? I lived with my parents till my late 20s and I brought girls over. I mean, I didn't have a problem with it myself, but I'm just... The internet has created a microwave effect. Have you read Nightmare Parenting Reddits? It's a fucking nightmare of privacy invasion apps and stuff. Oh my God. I didn't even consider that. Oh my God. Like when I was a kid, I would just leave my house. I'm talking about when I was like 7. I would just be gone. My parents would have no idea. That like my parents, like what happened when I was a kid would not be illegal now. Like, my parents would get arrested for letting a 7-year-old just go out and play. I did this shit in Japan. I want to remember, chat, I have one of my foundational memories is, okay, so I was pretty young. I was like, I want to say like 6 or 7. And I was living in Japan and we had just moved. So I'm a 7-year-old who's just moved. And I got on my bike and I'm in Japan and I just started riding my bike away from my house in Japan right after moving. I had no fucking idea where I was. This memory sears into my brain because I was in a full-blown panic because I got lost. I had no fucking idea where I was. And I just started randomly going in directions in a circle. And eventually I found my house again after hours. That is batshit crazy. But I think about that. That was batshit crazy. Have you seen the Japanese show Old Enough? Yeah, I lived that show. I lived that show. Also, the influencer surge shows kids they could become famous for doing essentially nothing, way more than you could before. It's impossible to change. I mean, it's so true. Like, so many people yell at me the dumbest shit every single day. They think they know me. They come into conversations with me yelling shit that they got told by Destiny. And it's just like, and they're like, you'll never be relevant. And it's like, bro, you have like a list of facts you want to repeat to me and you have an opinion on me. I hate to tell you, but I'm relevant to you. Like I couldn't look at a random celebrity and spit out 5 different facts about them to yell at them. You are making me relevant. Like, what are you talking about? My parents now would have set a search party after 30 minutes. Oh yeah, hell yeah, my parents. When I came back, they were like, oh, did you have a good bike ride? I didn't even tell them I got lost. I didn't even tell them I got lost. I was just like, yep. And I went inside. So to them, they probably don't even remember this. But for me, it was like, oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I don't know what to say. Like Gen Z, man. Wow. And by the way, I'm not saying this to do intergenerational warfare. I'm just literally observing a reality about a specific generation of people. You know what I mean? Okay, chat. I'm like balding so much over this over the sub count, like over the sub goal not working. Like, what the fuck is happening? Did it just permanently break? Like, this is throwing me off. Okay.
I grew up in a car infested.
Oh yeah, we watched this video before. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to a new video. Okay, can we just talk? Discharge to JC. Thank you for the 5. I have a Gen Z 17-year-old senior in high school and I basically forced him to do slightly risky things I did. Like go at Denny's at 3 in the morning after prom. Like legitimately, that's so sad. It's so sad. I mean, I get it's just phones are addictive. I'm addicted to my phone. I'm addicted to my screens. I'm not any better, but I still have this like core of real experiences that I'm building a life for. Like, you know, I can still draw back on these real experiences. I've been there. I've done that. You know what I mean? It's just so sad to like only have the screens, only have the memories of the screens. All right, let's look at this Newark story because it's fucking crazy. This is the airport I use the most. This is the airport I use the most.
The app that the US government relies on to keep their conversations secret has been leaking messages instead. Also in your hacking news round, the app that the US government relies
Newark International Airport in New Jersey were, quote, Trump.
The other thing is like now teachers are creating tests with ChatGPT and assignments with ChatGPT and students are using ChatGPT to answer it. So it's just ChatGPT back at itself. Like I think the human race is at a point of utter collapse. Like I don't know how we climb out of it. Like I don't know. Like we're doing a genocide live streamed and I don't know how to put this, but people like Destiny and Ethan Klein are basically more evil than like anybody who's ever lived. Like going back to Nazi SS agents. They're legitimately that evil because during the Holocaust, there was people would just like have PTSD breakdowns from committing the atrocities. And so that's why they invented the death camps, because they were trying to figure out a way to prevent complete psychological collapse from the mass killing units that were in charge of it. And so they created these like mechanisms of genocide as a way to mechanize it. That's what makes the Holocaust so uniquely evil, is that they use cold-hearted industrial calculations to just demolish and delete humanity, an entire straight of humanity, for no good fucking reason but their own psychotic fantasies and delusions about some racial theory that was total nonsense. Now we have people being live streamed, children being bombed, and cheering it on. And there's a voyeurism. Like, it used to be, it was only the Dirk Weilger brigade that was this depraved. Now it's like entire internet communities. I don't even know what to say at this point. Are
the Nazis of today. They have been, in fact, since Israel's Zionists are the Nazis of today. They have been, in fact, since Israel's inception. They are not misled victims. You aren't going to defeat them by convincing them with reasoned argument the errors of their ways. They aren't going to turn against a system that gives them and theirs massive benefits, or that furthers their geopolitical goals in the Middle East, just because you argue that it hurts Palestinians. They know that. They always have. They're happy with the arrangement. They have demonstrated that time and time and time again. It's been 8 decades. Get with the program. Even when they are too cowardly to outright state it as such, as most liberal Zionists are, they fundamentally still believe that Jews have a special ethnic right to deprive others of their land, their homes, their freedom, their basic rights, their basic dignity, their basic physical well-being, and their lives, just as the Nazis believed that Germans had a right to do. It is impossible to support the existence of Israel without believing in those things, as Israel is built precisely on—
We haven't covered the Pakistani-India news yet, but we will.
—those things, and exists precisely to maintain and further them. They have to be fought, not coddled and appealed to. Israel will only be brought down through coercion, whether it be military, economic, political, social, not through pretending that people who have been committing endless racial genocide for many, many, many decades, gleefully for their own benefit and their supporters, are actually all fundamentally good at heart, and that all we have to do is try and convince them to come sing Kumbaya with us, and then they're finally going to consider their victims as human. To make this coercion possible, we first need to make Zionism unacceptable. This will be a long road, a difficult one that will come at personal cost to many, and we should have gotten started on this a very long time ago, before most of us were even born, in fact. But the next best time to start is right now. All of this requires us to treat Zionists as they should be treated, like the Nazis that they take after. Many of you have called me unhinged and crazy for years for saying precisely this stuff. You defamed me, and worse, you sided with Zionists to do so. You brought Zionists onto your streams, onto your shows, and sat beside them gleefully laughing and agreeing with them as they did that to me. And you and others like you have also spent decades supposedly being pro-Palestine while doing precisely that to many others like me. And look where that's gotten us. To the attempted final solution to the Palestinian question. But unlike the Zionists, maybe you can be convinced. You can change your strategy and your outlook. You can stop letting the enemy dictate the terms of your struggle. And you can stop treating them like they're cute little puppies who just had an accident on the floor. They're evil. They are actively doing evil. They have been doing this evil for a very long time now. They aren't going to just stop if you treat them nicely, if you beat them in a debate. So treat them like the evil that they are. A table with 9 people at it who claim to support Palestine and 1 Zionist is a table with 10 Zionists. It's time to stop pretending otherwise. It's time to be ruthless, and time to afford them the same amount of grace that they give to their Palestinian victims, because they are only going to get more and more ruthless with their victims if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, even though Bad Empanada does, I mean, I completely agree with what he's saying there. Like, there's really nothing more to say. I personally think that we are on the verge of a dramatic collapse. I don't want to be right about this, but it's only a matter of time before this stuff washes up on our shores. It's only a matter of time where the crimes of Israel end up on our shores. Whether it is the attempt to extend the genocide to here, meaning like whatever Palestinians live in Western countries, they're going to target them for destruction as well, because they carry the memory of Gaza. They carry the memory of the Palestinian culture. And the only way that the Israelis could truly be safe is if they find and exterminate all Palestinians everywhere. Like, I think that's actually the next stage here. You know, obviously they're trying to genocide and ethnically cleanse Gaza. And then they're going to genocide and ethnically cleanse the West Bank. And then they're going to take off chunks of Syria. They're going to take off chunks of Jordan. They're going to take off chunks of Iraq. They plan on taking on chunks of Saudi Arabia. I mean, like, where does it end? Where does it fucking end? Even if they ethically cleanse all the territories between the river and the sea, and they destroy the Palestinian culture in the Levant, do you think they're going to stop? And then they're going to be attacking the people that tell the history. They're going to try to delete the history of what they've done and make it illegal to talk about it. You know, the one thing, at least in America, we committed many genocides of many cultures in our expansion, but at least you're allowed to study the genocides. At least you're allowed to report them. At least they're in the history books. At least there is a memory. They're going to make it illegal to remember Palestinians, and they're going to enforce it globally.
Traumatized after equipment failures cut off communication with planes 2 weeks ago, and now 5 controllers are out on paid leave. And customers at Newark are dealing with another week.
They're doing a sick out
of disastrous delays. CNN's Bryn Gingras is on the ground at Newark Liberty International Airport, and CNN's Pete Montine is here with the latest. Pete, let me start with you. You've been on top of the story all day. Tell us exactly what you've learned about why exactly these delays are happening and what in the hell is going on at Newark.
Well, the FAA is now essentially confirming our reporting that really paints the best picture yet of why these delays have persisted for days. A source familiar with an incident last Monday tells me that this all goes back to a period of time when controllers in the facility responsible for flights arriving and departing from Newark Liberty International Airport lost radio communications and their radar systems for an undisclosed time last Monday. That led to 5 air traffic controllers in that radar facility to take what's called trauma leave. They are now on leave for the next 45 days, something they're legally entitled to do. I want you to listen now to the new audio we just got from liveatc.net, and I want you to hear the frustration of the air traffic controller in this Newark facility that controls flights going in and out of Newark, and he's telling a smaller plane, a general aviation plane, that he does not have the ability to see that plane on radar and to essentially go away. Listen.
We lost our radar and it's not working correctly. Radar service terminates, squawk VFR, green change approved. If you want a Bravo clearance, you can just call the towers when you get closer.
Okay, I'll wait for that frequency from you, okay?
Okay, no, just squawk VFR, look up the tower frequencies, and we don't have a radar, so I don't know where you are.
We also heard today from Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer, who says while the FAA has been investigating its own incident here, the Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General now has to launch a probe immediately, he says. He also points back to a move by the FAA last July in which it moved the facility responsible for Newark airspace from Long Island to Philadelphia. The whole idea there was to shore up staffing shortages. Schumer says this, in essence, backfired. There are some pretty big questions here that people are asking about. Why can't controllers be drag and dropped essentially from one place to another? These are location-specific jobs. It's not that easy. The FAA is not really detailing a fix in the near term right now, Jake.
And Bryn, another day of major delays at Newark International Airport. What are you hearing from customers?
Yeah, Jake, let's put it this way. If you have a flight in or out of Newark that hasn't been delayed or canceled, go outside, buy a lottery ticket right now, because that's all we're seeing on the boards. As you look at the Terminal A departures, we're in Terminal B. Now, Terminal A here at Newark typically has those domestic flights, but you can see delayed, delayed, delayed. It gets even worse when the screen changes. Terminal B, where we are, like I said, a lot of international flights, but again, some of it is open for check-in hours early, but it really is not a big surprise if you actually see that check-in too delayed. It's very rare to see a flight take off at Newark. It is that bad, and we are now into the 8th day of these disruptions for travelers, and people are at their wits' end. Actually, someone just walked by us and says, I'm going to kill somebody. They're so angry. That's what we're seeing, is anger and a lot of frustration. Take a listen to one traveler.
Now I have to kind of request time off, which sometimes that can turn into penalties for me because it's last minute. And I'm an hourly worker, so I don't get benefits. So I can't even kind of like compensate that lost time. Like, oh, I can just use my sick hours. I don't have the luxury of doing so.
Yeah, it really is the perfect storm here at Newark. We are actually
And by the way, even if you think Hamas are like the beyond the pale, terrible right-wing Islamists, and they committed violence that was unacceptable, and they committed war crimes, etc., it doesn't matter, because there's a genocide going on. There were Jewish resistance fighters to the Nazis who killed German children. Do you hyper focus on those resistance fighters and go like, oh wow, look at these Nazis, look at these Jews who defended themselves and they used terrorism and they killed some German children. I guess that means this Holocaust is justified now. What the fuck are you talking about, man? It's nonsense. It's crazy bullshit. They're bombing kids and indiscriminately. And you're just not paying attention to reality. It doesn't matter if there is a terrorist group out there committing crimes, which, by the way, has offered to step down from the government of Gaza, to release all hostages, to enter a 5-year ceasefire. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Every little thing that you could possibly want from Hamas, they have offered. The leadership responsible for October 7th has been killed. What more do you want? There's nothing more there. They want to step down from the government, release all hostages. If you wanted revenge, you've gotten it 100 times over. Like, this is ridiculous. How are you still talking about this other shit? They're literally saying their children are literally about to drop dead from starvation. I think they just said that 5,000 children are about to die from starvation in Gaza right now. Like, this is crazy talk. What are you talking about, man? Are you okay? You are legitimately a Nazi at this point. I don't know what else to say. You're legitimately a Nazi. You don't see Palestinians as human. And quite frankly, this is why this is why I'm predicting it's going to wash up on our shores. Like, these people walking around smiling as they mass murder kids are not going to be, that's not going to be allowed. In the long run, that's not going to be allowed.
Having low cloud cover here at the airport. It's those issues that Pete was just describing to you. It's the fact that there's a runway actually closed here at Newark for renovations. And then it's just the antiquated system that this airline, these airports are running on. It's a big issue, and it's really just trickling down to these travelers who have, quite frankly, had enough. Jake.
The union representing air traffic controllers is speaking out about the critical staffing shortage that's causing major problems at Newark Liberty International Airport. For the 8th straight day, hundreds of flights have been canceled or delayed.
There's a lot of delays and cancellations, and now the union and a separate
people go like, oh man, do you deny mass rapes on October 7th? And you go like, well, I haven't seen any evidence of mass rapes. I'm sure sexual assaults happened, but I don't believe there was any evidence of Hamas using mass rapes as a weapon. And they'll be like, rape denier, you don't believe women. You're a rape denier. You don't believe women. And it's like, okay, well, Israel is doing mass rapes. They raped one of Gaza's most famous surgeons to death in a mass rape camp. And then there was video evidence of another, detainee being raped. And you have all sorts of testimonies, direct evidence from individuals saying they've been raped, and many examples of people being brutalized, including their anuses being heavily damaged, requiring surgery. We have all sorts of evidence of systemic Israeli rape of Palestinians. No discussion of that whatsoever. So hypothetical things that don't exist, they want to hyper focus on it. Actual things that exist that are fully evidenced, including testimonies, physical evidence, medical testimonies, forensics evidence, like video evidence, not to be discussed. What are you talking about? Are you okay? Here's the other thing, like the idea that this is just drama between me and Ethan Klein or something. Ethan Klein is a foot soldier for Israel, trying to suppress young people's discussion of something that is outside the mainstream media. The mainstream media is perfectly okay with burying all these stories, okay? Alternative media like myself and Hassan and a myriad other creators. I'm not the only one. I'm not trying to claim that. It's the entire ecosystem of left-wing online media voices. We're the only people talking about this shit factually and honestly. That's why we're being attacked. Because the mainstream media is already locked down by Zionism, okay? And the alternative media is not controlled yet. And if you're a foot soldier for Israel, if you're Destiny, if you're Mudahar, if you're Ethan Klein or whoever the fuck, you are not, they're not just a guy I'm having interpersonal drama with. They're the foot soldiers of the Zionist project to censor anybody who surfaces their crimes and objects to it and tries to organize a movement against it. That's what's happening. If you're too stupid to get that, shut the fuck up. Like, god damn, you're dumb. And that is the reality. Okay, let's see what one of their stalwart defenders Let's see here. Hassan streamers team up on Discord. Hassan is corrupt. Hassan protects streamers. Their fans are on their whim. Hassan and streamers have a stranglehold on the industry. Are you like somebody who tried to stream and like failed? Like, are you okay? Oh, this guy's just having a schizo event. Okay, yeah, we should definitely ban this guy. This guy's just mentally ill. I'm sorry for bringing that up. I thought there was more to it. Yeah, they're just a schizo. That's you know, it is what it is.
For many years,
there's one thing that I want to say that I think people need to understand is that your brain is just a biological computer. There isn't some sort of like magic essence or soul or consciousness. Okay, it's a biological computer, and your consciousness is actually a composite of a lot of different consciousnesses, and you have a lot of different feelings and hormone balance changes and sugar levels and hydration levels and fatigue levels. Your brain is a computer, and guess what? There's a lot of brains out there, a lot of computers out there that are riddled with bugs, both figurative and literal, that are riddled with you know, problems. You know, the CPU is been overheated, the BIOS isn't properly loaded. Okay, the brain has worms in it. All right, I think that's one of the other things that's very difficult as a human being. Like, one of the things of our experience is like some people are capable of rational thought and higher order thinking, and most aren't.
And source familiar with the situation say it is in part, get this, because several air traffic controllers had to take a leave of absence last month after equipment problems cut off communication with the planes and left them traumatized. CNN aviation correspondent Pete Montine joins us now. I mean, I read that earlier, Pete, and I thought, how bad did it have to be that they were at the point where they were too traumatized to come to work? This is awful and scary.
These new developments really paint the best picture yet of why we've had these 8 days of delays for flights going into and out of Newark. Here is the latest. This all goes back to an incident last Monday at the key radar facility responsible for flights departing and approaching Newark. And a source familiar with that incident tells me that controllers there lost both radio communications and a picture on their radar scopes for an undisclosed time, meaning those controllers were essentially trying to do their jobs blind. They call it NORDO, no radio, which led to at least 5 controllers taking what's called trauma leave, which they're legally allowed to do. They're now off for the next 45 days. This is a huge development, and we know that the FAA has been investigating the cause of the equipment outage that triggered these staffing shortages. Just last week, the FAA acting chief told me a team has been on the ground to figure out the nature of that equipment problem. But now Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer is calling for the Department of Transportation Inspector General to launch a probe immediately. This is what he said about the outage at that Newark radar facility. He says the equipment there is aging and it must be fixed yesterday. Listen.
The technology is old and must be updated. It was one of the things that happened at Newark is a copper wire burnt. Why are we using copper wire in 2025? Have they heard of fiber?
That soundbite is a heater, and he flew it right over the plate. Copper wire, he says, is the cause of this issue initially. Schumer also called out the FAA's move of that Newark radar facility from Long Island, New York to Philadelphia. The FAA did that last July in hopes of enticing new hires and shoring up its staffing problems. Schumer says it's actually made problems worse. Newark is really emblematic, though, of the air traffic control staffing problems nationwide, and the Union of Air Traffic Controllers says there's still 3,000 controllers short nationwide. They're also clarifying this one point. Last Friday, United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby sent out a memo to passengers in which he said that controllers walked off the job. That union says it's unfair because controllers were traumatized and they took this leave, once again, something that they're legally allowed to do.
That is a lot. I have to say, honestly, you're processing all of it. We did also want to ask you about, there's some new reporting you have about the Army.
There's no doubt that America's infrastructure is absolute dog shit. And I'm sure the Newark, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Newark airport is using stuff from the fucking 19 teens. Like I would not be surprised if they weren't. Like like America is a shithole. I use Newark Airport I've probably flown out of Newark Airport more than any other airport. And I fly a lot. I have flown a lot. My carbon footprint is massive. Okay? I have personally destroyed the environment. No, but in all seriousness, like When I fly to America, it's shameful. It's actually shameful. The worst airport by far, the most disgusting, pathetic airports, man, Newark has got to be on that list. I mean, DC's got some pretty ugly terminals as well. I wish I could never fly out of EWR, but literally nobody flies out of Philly direct. Yeah, Philly is not the place to fly out of, unfortunately.
Pausing helicopter flights here in DC.
The big thing here is this all stems back to an incident last Thursday. It was about 2:30 in the afternoon when planes were coming into Reagan National Airport, and this helicopter from the same Army battalion that was involved in that mid-air collision back on January 29th was arriving at the Pentagon, not too far away. We're talking as the crow flies, maybe a half mile, maybe not even. And so the controller in the tower there at Reagan National Airport told these flights to go around because that controller feared that these airplanes and helicopter were ultimately getting too close to one another. Nobody heard in this. Those planes came back around and did successful landings. There's been a bit of a scuttlebutt here about why the helicopter was there, if it was supposed to be flying around the Pentagon, if they were taking the scenic route, that's what the FAA initially said, or if they were not actually cleared to land at the Pentagon and told to go around once themselves. So now the big development here is that the Army says it is suspending flights by the 12th Aviation Battalion around the Pentagon and around Reagan National Airport. This is essentially a huge admission here, and the Army is now trying to backpedal to make it so that this does not come off badly on them. There's been a lot of scrutiny about helicopter flights in the D.C. area since that crash.
Yeah, wow. Pete, thank you.
Anytime.
When was the last time you've been to EWR? They made it nicer inside the last 10 years. It would be much rather EWR than JFK or am I crazy? That's because you're used to American airports. Go to a foreign country, man. Go to a foreign country and you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. Replacing the carpet one time in 50 fucking years is not the same thing as being nice. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Having really nice connections to other forms of transit when you fly in. It's trash. Okay, wait. Meanwhile, in China, the airports. The Tokyo subway connected to the airport is literally the best. I mean, it's just everything is trash in America. Like, it's legitimately trash. The chatter is back. Okay, we're just gonna ban the schizo. Don't worry, chat. We're gonna keep banning the schizo. I think the tide is starting to turn. People are starting to get to the point where they don't want to be associated with Israel.
And for many years, I've been in this house 20 years, I have supported Israel pretty much at all costs, quite frankly. But today, I want to say that I got it wrong. And I condemn Israel for what it is doing to the Palestinian people.
Is this stream rage bait, or do you actually hate America here? What's the rage baiting? What's raging you? I would like to hear more. What is raging you? Specifically, Bubba, what's raging you? Like, be specific. And don't appeal to, like, why don't you love your country? Love it or leave it. Like, be more specific. Like, what is the rage? What do you disagree with? What do you think is not true? Yeah, I didn't think so. I'll put you over here on the corner. Maybe one day you'll grow a pair of balls, Bubba.
In Gaza and indeed in the West Bank. And I'd like to withdraw my support right now for the actions of Israel, what they are doing right now in Gaza.
Yeah, you don't say. As a frequent flyer myself within the U.S., they are all without a doubt terrible. Only a handful of airports I have been to. Yeah, the people movers are always broken. An American girl moved to China for her new life. Top liked comments. Leaving America is the new American dream. Watching with jealousy from the ghetto, USA.
That's your life. It's all fantastic.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind, hanging on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos and memories and dead skin on trial.
This guy's super rich, huh?
For what it's worth, it
I think the thing that I notice in here is not necessarily the like restaurants and stuff, but just the cityscapes, you know? This is like really hard to find in the US anymore. That's not a quadrillion bazillion dollars, but maybe she is that rich. So it's hard to tell if she's just doing like rich girl posting or... So I don't know if that is the most valid.
Beijing Daxing International Airport.
Damn. Okay, confirmed, not rage bait. Here's the thing, like, I don't hate America. I hate the American government. And I don't cope by going like, well, the Republicans are better than the Democrats, or the Democrats are better than the Republicans. No, I think they're both absolute dog shit. But here's the thing. I'm not advocating for apathy or not caring. I'm not advocating for stupid cynicism. I'm asking you to give up the stupid propaganda you've been taught your entire life and actually examine America critically so that we can improve. I don't know about you, but our generation is in debt. That most people are not, who, if their parents don't give them the money, they're not able to buy themselves a home from working. We have massive credit card debt, massive auto loan debt, massive student loan debt. We're not having kids. We're not marrying. I mean, Gen Z isn't even having relationships at all. Everyone's just staring at a screen. Nobody's writing anything or creating anything anymore. They're just using AI to create slop. Like, our country is fucked up. And that's not even discussing things like homelessness or healthcare or our transportation system. Do you know how much traffic there is? What happened to complaining about traffic? I mean, if people have given up complaining about traffic, you should not. I should be able to drive across my city at an expeditious speed in a car. I should be able to not have to use a car. I should be able to walk out of my front door and hop onto high quality public transit where it's clean and it's safe and people aren't having mental health crises and they're not trying to get shelter or live on public transit. That is not what public transit is for. And it's okay to say that. Mike, don't let chat lie to you. This is the future Mike wants.
The torpedo that sunk the Cheonan and took the lives of 46 South Korean sailors was fired by a North Korean submarine.
Korea's weapons program continues to intensify. Now surpassed 1,000 missiles.
Global leaders expressed concern over North Korea's latest atomic test.
Kim Jong-il's government strongly defended its recent atomic test as a rightful response to Western aggression. The president appeared at the UN to call for severe sanctions against North Korea.
This morning comes the news of Kim Jong-il's death. North Koreans greet their new supreme leader, Kim Jong-il's son, Kim Jong-un.
우리 공화국의 통일은 남한과의 한민족을 갖고 올 것이며 경제와 산업의 발전을 갖고 올 것입니다.
Today, our beloved leader, Kim Jong-un, has united North and South Korea, forming the Greater Korean Republic.
Talks to end the Saudi-Iran war have stalemated once again. Meanwhile, damaged oil wells and pipelines burn uncontrollably, deeply affecting world supplies.
Although costs at the pump are ready to break the dreaded $20 ceiling.
The only good communist is a dead communist! Across the nation, civil unrest has intensified with the demise of the U.S. dollar.
This is not a retreat, nor are we abandoning our Asian allies.
Under threat of annihilation by the Greater Korean Republic, Japan has surrendered.
Martial law is now in effect. Excessive force will be used.
Hours after this happened anyway.
The president ordered a freeze on bank withdrawals. We don't know what we will get our next meal from.
God, this thing is so accurate.
The Mexican government has imposed strict immigration quotas, effectively closing its borders to American refugees.
Oh shit, this is gonna happen.
Koreans' annexation continues to spread despite the U.S. Today, the Greater Korean Republic launched their latest communication satellite, claiming it will bring a message of peace to the entire world.
Oh shit, they fucking EMP'd us! Why did they launch a satellite to do that? They could just do it with the rock. They could just do it with one nuke. Why did they use a satellite? Like... Mississippi divides nation. US military isolated and scattered. I mean, I don't know about you, chat, but how do I join the side of the Greater Korean Republic? How do I join the side of the Greater Korean Republic? The corrupt Chinese police caught in 4K. China's first police corgi stealed a sausage from a child. Oh no! Oh no! I don't think corgis. Fuzai was lectured and put on food refusal training. But he failed the test. Two sausages. I don't think corgis are cut out. Bonus of snacks and toys taken away. What? See, this is what I'm talking about with China. They could be a little bit harsh in their punishments, chat. Like when a billionaire kills a bunch of kids, they give the billionaire the death penalty. Actually, I think that might make sense. That one might make sense. I don't know. I think maybe that is justified under domestic Chinese law. All right, chat. Let's talk about India, Pakistan. Is there going to be a war? Are we about to see a massive world war starting? Because like, for some reason, I just don't want to believe it. Like I like whenever I think about it, I just think it's not going to happen because it just seems so catastrophic. But it seems like it's escalating.
Joining us now, Foreign Policy Editor-in-Chief Ravi Agrawal. Ravi, why is it such a worry to see these two nations escalate?
Well, for one, they have nuclear weapons. The optimistic reading is that they've been here before. They fought several wars in 65 and 71, many skirmishes through the 90s after they both declared they had nuclear weapons. And in each of those cases, Katie, we saw that they were able to find ways to de-escalate. One of the things that worries me about this particular moment is that India feels less restrained than it has in previous years, in part because it's looking at what has happened in Israel after October 7 and saying that
liberals are going on MSNBC to justify a war between India and Pakistan using October 7th as an example.
It too has the right to defend itself from terrorism, but also
India is using Israel's example as a justification.
Because it sees the world order as having fundamentally shifted, and it is more unrestrained than it's ever been because it doesn't see any other big power as having either the inclination or the ability to check it. So all of this suggests that India's very tough action overnight yesterday it may want to do more, but of course, Pakistan might want to respond in its own way. So this is the worst point we've seen between these two countries in at least 5 years.
You're saying they feel unrestrained. What in the past has been the restrainer? What has limited escalation?
Well, for one, again, the nuclear deterrent, the fact that were they to go too far, that remains an option, an unthinkable option, but it is an option. And that has sort of pushed both sides to have some level of restraint. But the other thing is that there's long been a lot of international mediation that has taken place that doesn't seem to be happening at the same level this time round. I can give you examples in 20.
There's white smoke. Oh shit, okay. I'm sorry, chat, but we have to breaking news. Breaking news. New Pope. White smoke. What a fucking week. What the hell? All right, chat. Hold on. Who would have live coverage of this? The BBC? Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, this is like fake. This isn't real CNBC. That's just some like account that just steals CNBC's branding. conclave is over, so we said Swagapino. I said it was going to be Swagapino because it's part of the CIA's pivot to Asia. So I picked Swagapino. Let's see. That was my pick. Is it going to be some horrifying conservative? Vatican sources inside the conclave reporting VO2 has been brought up as a possible candidate for the next pope. This contradicts the lack of statement from VO ruling out Iran. Wait, what do you mean it contradicts? The lack of statement. That doesn't make any sense, La Gloria. Hassan is traveling, so the people is not going to be good. It could be me. It could be me, chat. It is true. Okay, we see some Swagapino flags. It could definitely be me. Wait, is Hassan flying right now? Hassan offline equals major news events. Now I feel like India and Pakistan are gonna have like a full-blown ground assault. He said he should be on today. No, he has probably landed like 2 hours ago. Oh, okay, so he's not missing any time. Well, if he's going to be streaming while in Paris, that means he's probably going to be starting around 8 p.m. 8 or 9 p.m. his time. I guess after dinner? I mean, I guess that's plausible. It's 6 p.m. now, but he's not going live right now. So he said he's going to meet Mel and Sean. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I love this man. He's like, he's meeting Bernie Sanders. He's a guest of honor at AOC's rally. He's meeting Melanchon. He's meeting, I mean, it's just. Meanwhile, Destiny is following around like Israeli war criminals. The only country that treated Destiny as like somebody who's a real creator was the Israelis. Oh, no, 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 no. Pope I show speed. Yo, that's a really good tweet. You know, as I look out on this crowd, I wonder how many of these people actually believe anything. You know what I mean? Like, or is being Catholic, is this like an opportunity for Romans to feel important? So it's more like a social thing. Like the world is looking at us, it's like an ego stroke. I mean, even in the hardest core, is there belief? Also, the Italian cameramen. This is the Vatican feed, and we've got sports stadium level coverage where it's like, let's try to find the beautiful women in the crowd. Italian cameramen. Italian cameramen. Italian cameraman, see what I mean? It's like, let's find any young woman I can. I mean, I get it, like, who wants to see guys? Like, let's be honest, right? Like, let's be honest. Nobody wants to see men. Like, they are just distasteful to look at. I get it. I do. I think liking men, like legitimately being a straight woman, is insane. I think that's the most depraved sexuality. I've said this before. But like, imagine being a beautiful woman and liking men. Like, that is fucked up. I mean, I'll take it. You know, I don't mind being like fetishized. You can fetishize me, it's fine, but it is a fetish. It is a fetish. Casey Tron said the same thing, yeah. Casey Tron though, Casey Tron has quite a handsome boyfriend. Okay, but where are all the Israeli flags? Is this anti-Semitism? Yeah, I know. Wow, you believe in Jesus Christ? That's pretty anti-Semitic of you. That's pretty anti-Semitic of you to believe in Jesus Christ as the Savior. That's pretty anti-Semitic of you. Once you notice the thing about cameramen always trying to find women and girls, you'll never unsee it. You'll realize that this is, oh wait, we got some men. Okay, he's a priest and he's got a really poorly carved Jesus. We actually got a shot just zoomed in on men, but at least he's a priest. He's wearing Oakley glasses, sick, wicked. He's got the weirdest carved Jesus cross I've seen ever. Is that a Kosovo flag? I didn't catch it. Oh, we're getting some more St. Peter's Basilica shots. We got God rays. It is a nice day, huh? Now, what's going to happen next, chat, is they're going to come out and announce. They're going to announce the Pope. And he's going to come out in, like, his vestments. And he's going to have a name. If I were there, I'd show up with a Yugoslavian flag for the shits and giggles. I mean, Croatia, right? That's what we're doing. We're looking at the papal apartment balcony. I need to go. So, like, it looks like there's going to be no explanation on Vatican media. My guess is Vatican media is being, like, stolen by everyone else. So, MSNBC. Oh yeah, CBS. Okay, we'll do CBS. CBS is good. Wait, they don't have it in live feed? Oh, here it is.
In 10, 12 minutes now. Seth Doan is with some Americans in the crowd who are in the moment right now. Seth.
I'm a little jealous. I would love to be on Rome. I would love to be in Rome on a conclave day. That would be pretty sick.
That's right, exactly. We have Harrison and Madeline from Arkansas and Idaho. Describe this moment. You've been camping out waiting.
Yes.
Describe the moment when everyone learned, when we all learned together.
So it was honestly pretty surprising because we weren't expecting it to happen right now. It was a little delayed. You know, they said if it past 6, then, you know, you need to wait a little longer. And then we were talking about, you know, we're going to kill some time, maybe crack open a book. And then, yeah, I heard some screams and looked up.
Tell me about that moment.
All of a sudden you hear cheers, and I wasn't sure if it was just because of the smoke in general or if it was because the Pope was elected. The energy was really fun.
And when you saw was white smoke.
Yeah, it was so exciting.
Immediate chills.
Yeah, chills.
Yeah.
There has been excitement in the crowd here all day. The crowd has been kind of ebbing and flowing a little bit as people say, oh, is there going to be smoke now? Should we gather? Of course, now you're seeing.
I think just logically for me, because Francis appointed so many more cardinals and the geopolitical pivot toward Asia, it just has to be the Swagapino Pope. Like, if you're trying to influence Philippine culture and society away from China, it has to be Swagapino Pope. Like, it just doesn't make, like, it would be a massive world historic blunder to pick anybody else, in my opinion. Like, if they pick, like, a white conservative from Europe, like, that's just going to be absolutely the worst and dumbest fucking move they could make. Because the Catholic Church will be even more discredited, because the vibes are already shifting against the right. Donald Trump is annihilating the right all over the world. Everybody's like, oh my God, he's so fucking stupid. Oh my God. It's like, we saw massive landslide for Labour in Australia after they were down 10 points. We saw a victory in Canada for Labour after they were down 20 points in the polls. Like, we're seeing right-wing shit fall off a cliff all around the world because of Donald Trump. So I find it really hard to believe they're going to pick some sort of doctrinal conservative. There is the old saying, fat pope, skinny pope, which is the tendency of the Catholic Church to, like, swing between ideological wings. Like, you have a more reformer pope, and then you have a more conservative pope, then you go back to the reformers. So the idea, fat pope, skinny pope is like an old school rule of thumb for this stuff. But I tend to think that Francis he basically did a Caesar. Now, if you know anything about Caesar and the Roman Empire, when Caesar became dictator, one of the things he did is expand the Senate. And he appointed a whole bunch of new senators from northern Italy and from Gaul. And so he helped create a larger, like, sphere of you know, pro Caesar senators. People don't really know Roman politics much, but Caesar was kind of like, I hate to use this example, but Caesar was kind of like the FDR of Rome. I think that's the best way to describe him. Caesar was like the FDR of Rome. And so he was associated with the plebs. He was associated with taking money from the rich and creating more social welfare programs and redistributing land. But he was definitely in favor of a muscular foreign policy. I think, I think the best analogy is FDR. A lot of people try to, like, compare him to Trump, but that's not correct at all. Trump is honestly more like, who would be a good comparison in Roman politics? There's a lot of really good choices. I'm being really autistic. It just feels like it feels like Nero is a good choice, honestly, like, to be honest with you, because of all the psychosexual shit and the fact that Trump is, like, obsessed with theater. So is Nero. Like, they are actually it's kind of a good choice.
Church under the reign of Francis, and is now here with a rosary and a crucifix, hoping to have them blessed. And then, because it is a hot Roman afternoon and the sun is coming in at a harsh angle, I will tell you of one miracle as far as my eyes can see.
Chat.
A man appeared in the crowd with a full beer. Ice cold, did not spill a drop. The crowd parted for him. You can ponder that one back up on set.
Yeah, they're Italian.
Tony, send
They're
us the
Italian.
pictures. We want to share
They're not
that
Southern
with everything.
white
Tony Jacopo,
evangelicals,
who is
they're
witnessing
Catholic.
these miracles.
Right.
I mean, Saint Tony himself
Catholicism
down
is
there
nothing like
in the crowd. What an
American
incredible
Christianity,
moment.
okay?
And we
It's a
have this incredible
completely
position
different
above
thing.
St. Peter's
We have
Square
like a
here.
weird
And just to
strain
let everyone
of
know, while there are
Catholicism
10
in America that has been tainted by Southern evangelical Protestantism. So American Catholics are like way worse than every other Catholic denomination in the planet. But maybe excepting maybe like Hungarians or Poles, which have like really weird right-wing reactionary Catholics. But like, these are Italian Catholics, okay? They're going to be drinking.
So there's brightness, there is light, there's this universality that Tony talked about so well. I'm wondering, Monsignor, what you're feeling in this moment.
Did they start
Actually,
at
there's
not a
some
pedophile?
emotion.
I
There
really
is some
think the
emotion.
Catholic
We-
Church is very worried about optics. I think it's Swagapino Pope.
This moment needs a leader, and the Pope performs this function. Whoever comes out there, the church has a father again, and that gives me great joy.
It's a wonderful point that you make and a great question, Maurice, because I know how emotional you are, because this can mean a rebirth in some ways. And while Pope Francis was so popular around the world, an inclusive Pope who moved this church forward in some ways, Delia, there was some divisions left in part because of him. And so this new Pope will tell us
because
something about what
reactionary
these cardinals want to do
right-wing
next.
fucking psychopaths who don't believe in Christ's message at all, whining about him saying the poor deserve money
the direction
and
should
opposing
go.
Gaza's genocide.
There's a lot to do and a lot of roles for a pope in the Catholic Church. Yes, there are conservative, progressive divides, but what will be interesting immediately once he
there's a reason why Francis was a Jesuit.
Often the cheers go up, but
Like,
people
we should
don't
talk about
always-
that. So in the Catholic Church, there's all these different pastoral denominations. Like you have Franciscans and you have Jesuits and you have Dominican, what is it fucking called? I can't remember. Anyway, the point is, I can't remember. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. There's a lot of different Benedictines. That's another one. Oh, wait, we got the Gundarms. We got Gundarms, Italian Gundarms.
We see we've got a marching band coming through now. I'm not sure if that's the...
Very Italian.
So this is the
Vatican Gendarme
It's the
Band.
it's
this is the Vatican
Vatican.
They just said it. It's the Vatican Gundarms. That's the police force of the Vatican City. And the Swiss Guard is the military / bodyguards of the Pope.
Out means once again the church has a pope for the first time since the 20th of April. And there is someone for them to defend.
And as Chris was saying earlier, when he
All
does
the
come out on the
military are
balcony, we
Swiss
will have an
men,
immediate
and all the
impression
police are Italian.
by the way he is dressed and by the way he addresses the crowd. You remember that Pope Francis came out and said, brothers and sisters, good evening. And that impressed everybody because it was such informal language compared to what popes usually do. So we'll have an automatic impression, whoever he is.
Everything they say.
Some people think that it might be an Italian Pope because there's more Italian cardinals than any other geographic nation. And it's been a minute since we had an Italian. So some people think it might be Italian. I just tend to look at things from a material perspective. Where is the Catholic Church most successful pastorally and in the evangelical side? And it's going to be the mid-tier, middle-income countries like the Philippines, where the Catholic Church is going to have the most energy and rejuvenation. Where is geopolitically the West orienting itself toward now as an opponent? The answer is China and the Chinese Communist Party. So it would align the Catholic Church geopolitically with Western interests of containing China. It would provide the Catholic Church the pastoral, this is materialist analysis. So we'll see if the Catholic Church is operating under this kind of materialist analysis or if there's other internal forces. So I strongly think, from a materialist analysis, the perspective that the Filipino, he's also the progressive. And when you add in that factor of Francis, adding so many new cardinals as voting cardinals to kind of protect his legacy, it seems to me, now it could be the Secretary of State, the number 2, what's his fucking name? there's a Secretary of State of the Vatican who was like Francis's right-hand man. It could be him, but that seems like too much of an inside baseball game to me. I feel like the Catholic Church is very, very concerned about declining church going, you know, people not being connected to, look at this parade, by the way. So Francis was an Italian Argentine. I think you're right. I think you're right. He was. So, I mean, the Italians got their Italian Argentine. And I feel like they're not going to go to North America. I feel like picking a North American is out of the question. I feel like picking a German or something is like unlikely. It really feels to be like now is the time to have an energetic, young Asian Pope. It would make the most sense to me. And he would also be like so-called progressive, which would make him, he would be very popular in the West as well. So it's a good way of uniting all the different factions of the church, because I think one of the under-discussed elements is the concern about Catholic Church declining with religiosity and decline in Europe and in North America in general, that they want to find fresh flocks, right? And their best bet are going to be places like Africa, developing countries in Africa. It's going to be middle-income countries in Asia. Like, that's the place where the Catholic Church is going to have the best chance of actually growing its followers. So just from a purely materialist analysis and sprinkling in a little bit of my knowledge about the Vatican itself, I kind of think it's Swagopino. That's the one that makes the most sense to me. It doesn't mean it's gonna happen. I'm not a cardinal, right? But you know, I'm just saying, like, that's the one that I think makes the most sense.
They really feel it is a gift. They tell me they feel chosen for this moment. Like, the work of the electors happened in there, but in some sense, they were also part of the act, the creation, the choice of this Pope. And when the smoke went up, they all yelled, "Hello, Papa!" And I can only imagine what they'll say when the Pope actually emerges out there onto the balcony.
The Secretary of State guy.
Another matter here is there are, of course, flags that people are waving. Could be. But there are also items that they want blessed.
I think the one thing with the Swagopino is he's very young, and they might be concerned about like a very long pontificate. So they might go to someone who's a little bit older. I think the Secretary of State guy is like in his 70s, right? And how old is the Swagopino? I think he's in his 60s. I keep calling him Swagopino. 67. Man, he might. I thought he was 65 or 64, but 67. They might pick him then because he's not too young. You don't want somebody who's decrepit, right? You don't want a Pope who's decrepit, but you also don't want who's too young, who's there for 40 fucking years.
I think many rosaries have been said in these days.
In this moment right now?
Absolutely. We've been praying for a good successor to Francis.
The Vatican
and I believe we were just talking about Our Lady Untier of Knots.
Yes.
Is that true, Nora?
Yes.
A great devotion of Pope Francis, and Our Lady has untied this knot for us.
Yes.
And our Chris Lipsey is inside, was inside
retire?
the
Yes, but they don't usually
St. Peter's Basilica today.
Like 5.
Went to Mass. Chris, what are your thoughts at the moment?
Well, I was inside the Church of St. Mary Major. That is a papal basilica, and it happens to be where Pope Francis was buried. And what's significant about it is there was a traditional Latin Mass that took place there. This was somewhat controversial because Pope Francis was actually quite restrictive of the Latin Mass during his papacy, and it was standing room only. And this was a lot of people who told me that while the church is now celebrating and celebrating the incoming Pope, there are a lot of people in the Catholic Church who are also looking at this moment with trepidation and who will step out on that balcony. For them, traditionalists, more conservative members of the church, if they see somebody who's more closely aligned with Francis, they might be nervous about that for a variety of reasons. I mean, just picture it. There was this Latin Mass that proceeded right in front of the tomb of Pope Francis. No more visual or stronger symbol can I think of to show that there are people in the church who didn't always fall in line with his opinions, with his role as the Pope. For instance, when he commented on priests blessing gay unions,
Francis, you're a heretic,
and then backtracked on that. For instance, when he spoke to you, Nora,
this could be
in
a
that
fucking evangelical. We have shitty conservative, like fascisty Christianity already. Like, if you're against the idea of giving to the poor, Just go be a fucking evangelical Christian already. Go be a Southern, prosperity gospel televangelist. Like, what the fuck is the point of even being Catholic at that point? The point of being Catholic is that it's fucking weird and mystical. Like, you know what I mean? That's the whole point. That's why people like this shit, because people wear weird fucking clothes, and there's 2,000-year-old shit, marble shit, and there's like weird, creepy art. That's why people like being Catholic. They like it for the fun shit. They like it for the weird shit. If you're gonna just complain that somebody's giving bread to the poor, go to your stupid storefront preacher, scam artist, Southern evangelical church. There's a million of them. I want the guys wearing fucking clown outfits. Like, you know what I mean? I want a guy wearing like fucking 15th century
is
garb
down in St. Peter's Square, and Seth, you must be seeing firsthand
the Catholic Church is Ren Fair shit. I want Ren Fair shit in my religion.
Absolutely right, Nora. I just want to give you a sense of what it's like to be here right now. If you could, Sam, take a look around here. It is packed. We are getting more and more crunched in this space as tens of thousands of people, Sam is giving you a sense here, are filling the square, coming down Via della Conciliazione, the main promenade leading up here. You can see the media, of course, there. We've been looking around and seeing nuns and priests in the windows, on the balconies here. A lot of these buildings are
owned by religion to have some dead fucking language and C scrolls and shit. If you're gonna have a religion, see, I am an atheist, but I'm a Catholic atheist. Meaning I was raised Catholic, so I know all the traditions and but this is the religion I don't believe in. Okay, you get what I mean? Like, this is the religion that I don't believe in, right? This is the one where I was like, I get it. I get what people get from it, but it's obviously not true. Like, come on. None of this shit is real, but I get it. And then I go, oh man, I once went to an evangelical Christian church and I was like, this is what you guys call church? Where's all the blood? Where's all the angels? Where's the guy getting fucking tortured in the walls? Like, come on. Where's the really depressing music? Why aren't you guys crying on your knees? Like, what the fuck? Where's all the emotion? It was terrible.
Here in Rome, and that's in part why this crowd is not only joyful, but they're hot down there. No doubt they are hot, but willing to wait, because it's not just to see the new pope, it's to hear what he is.
I will say this, Pentecostals though, they do rule. I am a fan of Pentecostal. Like I get that, like Pentecostals, they got drama, they got passion. I'm all in favor of that. I'm talking about your mainline Protestants, okay? Your mainline Protestants or your evangelical Christians, not black churches. Those are fucking great. Those are, musical and passionate. I'm talking about Jesus Christ wants you to donate so I can have a private jet. Now Francis has his own Air Force.
Could well be the past Secretary of State. Obviously, we were hearing about other cardinals, Cardinal Luis Tagle from the Philippines. We were hearing about Cardinal Matteo Zuppi, the president of the Bishops' Conference. We were hearing about Cardinal Peter Erdo, more to the right. I rather suspect it is one of those leading candidates.
Well, I think also with 130.
Catholics are Warhammer 40K. Evangelicals are a Tim and Eric skits about selling you timeshares. Exactly.
Most experience and was most known to them, which may be the Secretary of State.
I mean, come on. Isn't this creepy, but in a good way? Like, you kind of get this, right? Like, this is religion. Religion needs to have mystery. It needs to have some like weird fucking like arcane knowledge. This is what you want from your religion. You need this from your religion.
Personally felt that he had played enough of an institutional public role that they had a sense of who the man was.
People are chanting down there in the square. Can't make out exactly what they're saying, but we're looking as members of the Italian military have joined in the march, the procession into St. Peter's Square. People are still trying to make their way in and flood the square and enjoy the moment. It has been about a half hour since we saw the white smoke, so which leads us to wonder what exactly is going on inside there. What are they doing? What might they be doing right now?
Well, Maurice, I was thinking about that because I think you should put yourself in the feet of the Pope. There's
Cardinal
O'Malley. Down there was
Archbishop of Boston.
Franciscan
Cardinal
brothers.
Well, too. Cardinal
They may
Well.
well be hoping to see a Franciscan come to the loggia. That other picture is the central balcony of St. Peter's, where the Pope will step out and where we will hear the Habemus Papam.
Archbishop Gallagher, who is the #2 to the Secretary of State as well. So these were non-voting cardinals and church officials who come out as well.
Also very interested to know. They don't know either. But, you know,
his job sort of depends on the answer.
Well, exactly.
So if you want to know, they were just mentioning some Franciscans, and the Franciscans are mendicants. Do you know what a mendicant is? It's like it's something you usually see in the Eastern religions, but basically that means beggar. A mendicant is somebody who just goes around and says, I'm going to be as poor as the poorest people, supposedly, and just go around and preach, and I'm going to give up all wealth. So they're basically beggar priests. That's what a Franciscan is.
I was thinking exactly that we have all this fanfare out here, but the man who has just been elected Pope Benedict said when he heard his name, he felt like he was being led to the guillotine. It is a massive responsibility, and you can only imagine the trepidation that he has before he comes out on that balcony.
As they feel the weight of the job, right? When we saw it on the cardinals' faces as they entered the conclave, the gravity, the solemnity, you could feel it as they went in there. Now just imagine that one of them is coming out with this massive job.
Yes, and coming out after Francis, too.
Yeah.
So
those are some awfully big shoes to fill, not to mention the shoes of the fishermen, referring to St. Peter.
So many,
but, you know, if you
the
think
Catholic
about
Church has like so many different traditions in it. Yes, they have aesthetics. So they're aesthetics. There are actually even more extreme versions of Franciscans who, like, because there's obviously they don't force you to live in extreme poverty, but some of them, there's like a subsection that does do that.
As you said, a bone-crushing burden. And that's why the enormity of this moment, when it descends upon anyone who is now stepping into this role, just think about the emotion that you must be feeling. And I think that's why that moment of prayer in the Pauline Chapel is so important, because it is a reminder, yes, I have assumed this enormous burden, but ultimately, I'm not in this alone. I have St. Peter to intercede for me, and I ultimately have God to rely on. You know, we talked earlier about Pope John the 23rd. One of the things that Pope John famously said is that I could sleep at night knowing that ultimately God is in charge of the church, not me.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at this, that's the reason I believe that this enormous crowd and people are literally running through the streets of.
So the Catholic Church claims an unbroken line of succession from St. Peter, who is an apostle of Jesus. So that's when you see the Catholic Church's flag, it has two keys. So there's a silver key and there is a gold key. The gold key is supposed to be the key to heaven, St. Peter's key, literally. So the Catholic Church basically says we determine who goes to heaven.
Two quick notes, one on connections and the other on change. When it comes to connections, we're in a crowd of thousands, tens of thousands. And over the last 2 days, we've talked to dozens of people. In the last few moments, we have run into not one, not two, but three different people from our journey. One in particular, John Swerk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as I recall, is here for a conference of tattoo artists. He ran into us, asked if we thought he should go here. He said he changed his plans, left the conference, turned around to be here. He thanked us for that reminder and that reconnection to his faith. That was an amazing moment.
John from PA.
And then when it comes to change, wandering around here the last few days, you see the travel on people's faces, the long journeys, the expensive flights, the $900 Airbnbs because everybody jacked up the price, the hot sun, the tough weather, the colder night last night. In an instant, when that smoke came out, all of that fell away. The burden of the journey, the burden of the travel,
the Italians
lifted.
They're like,
and that also feels like what contributes to the sense of elation, almost a floating feeling here in the crowd of thousands.
Cha-ching!
Thank you, Tony. And Monsignor, as I'm watching this, I can't help but think what it's like to be a priest as you are, and a priest as this next pope will be, because after all, you're a man. You're a human. But there are expectations placed upon you that are greater than anything else anybody else has to deal with. I know that's what you signed up for, and I know that's what this cardinal who's about to be elevated has signed up for, but Can you give us a peek inside what that's like?
Yeah, you're almost giving me the shivers. Because effectively, the new Holy Father is our boss. But even before being a boss, he is our father. So we do look to the Holy Father for direction in our priesthood. We look for encouragement.
I really hope the person is outspoken on Gaza like Francis was, because that to me is what makes this so relevant. Is I think Francis's health was failing, which was very unfortunate, but at least he was outspoken on Gaza. This is like my primary goal, is somebody who will be energetic and won't be afraid to take on the world, because what's going on in Gaza right now is a fucking stain on all humanity.
The grace of the Holy Spirit.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Seth Doane is down there with the crowd and talking to people. Seth?
That's right. Ever less space to speak with people. But I'm here with Jude Wastel from Massachusetts. Describe this moment, this feeling when you looked up and saw white smoke.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I was just down the square a little bit, and we started running up as soon as we heard that there was white smoke and everyone was cheering. So it's just a lot of like anticipation, and you can feel the excitement. It's kind of muddled right now because he's not out, obviously, but it's a lot of anticipation.
What do you want to see? You're Catholic, you said. Mm-hmm. Who do you want to be Pope? What do you want to see?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done my research as much as I should have on the upcoming cardinals and who's looking like a prime candidate, kind of. But I'm really blessed to be here for this experience, and I think every Catholic here and everyone is just thankful for a new Pope so soon. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that was one of the big things here. Thank you very much, Jude. Was showing unity, having a Pope selected within a couple of days. We were talking just yesterday, John Allen's prediction that it would come by the end of the week. The Catholic Church really wanted to show unity behind a figure who could lead it, and people here in the crowd were certainly hoping to see the same. They said, we'll wait as long as it takes, but there's a lot of joy that it's happened so quickly. Back to you.
All right, Seth Doane, thanks so much. And, shout out to John Allen, Delia Gallagher, and Monsignor Figueredo. Each of them was predicting this would happen today by about this time. So that's pretty impressive.
Well, when you're on your third conclave, you kind of get it.
Yeah, in all fairness, we are conditioned to expect this because it happened in 2005, happened in 2013, and now it has happened again.
But I was also just thinking, how strange is it that we've done Francis papacy is done.
Right.
Yeah. And that's odd.
Yeah.
We're here every day with the popes and listening to them and living the papacy so fully.
And I think the interview that Seth just did with the young man from Massachusetts is instructive, because while all of us, including myself, have a bunch of note cards here and have studied all of the cardinals, or the popefuls, as we call them, for most Catholics, they've not been looking at all the biographical details. And that's why this moment that we are approaching in just minutes, when we will learn who the new Pope is important, because also he can set a new tone. He can create new impressions.
And that would not be great.
He can garner new followers of the Catholic Church if he comes across in a way that is likable.
And I think a lot of people like to see what country he's from. That's really where they get excited to understand. If you see so many flags down there, and I think people around the world, that's really the first thing they think of.
Well,
right?
Pope Francis was the first in so many ways. The first Francis of all of the 267 popes. The first from the Americas. The first Jesuit. Will this be a groundbreaking Holy Father? Will he be the first from Africa, the first from Asia, or will we return to an Italian Pope?
And that is really true. The last Pope who came out, Francis, he was a surprise.
A bunch of voting cardinals.
He was a surprise. We could be surprised again this evening. But something to go back on. We're pledging allegiance not to the man.
Of course it is. This is the largest religion in the world. So yeah, and they have a hierarchical leader. So of course people are paying attention.
Character, as in baptism, we take on a name and a religious.
It is, yes. It is the largest denomination, the largest single religion. So Islam is the largest. What's Islam? Do you mean Sunni? Do you mean Shia? Do you mean what do you see what I mean? You can't just say, because then this would be Christianity would be the same category as Islam, right? Was Catholicism is the denomination within Christianity. So it's the largest single denomination.
By the way, because the papacy is a monarchy, and the Pope is essential for the church to run, for this church to run. So that is key, that we have that joy that
and
this
it's
Pope has been elected, but also great hope.
Well. That's the other factor is the Catholicism is both a third world religion and a Western dominant religion. So it's one of the few religions that really cleanly bridges those gaps of and there's so much diversity within the Catholic Church, which is what makes it unique in a lot of the lot of religious denominations, right? So the diversity and the extent of Catholicism and the extreme hierarchical nature of it makes it very unique in world religions.
Told me when I went to the bar or the cafe that he would go to every morning for his croissant and his coffee, the people playing cards there, we said, we want Don Matteo or Father Matteo. That's what he was known as when he was the parish priest in Santa Maria in Trastevere, a picturesque neighborhood not too far from here. It has been 3 papacies since there's been an Italian Pope. That was after centuries of an Italian monopoly. So for Italians, especially Romans, they're saying enough is enough already. The time has come to have an Italian Pope. Especially, remember, it's not just the Pope of the entire 1.4 billion Catholic Church members, but it's also the Bishop of Rome. So from their perspective, it's time for Don Matteo. Back to you.
All right, the Bishop of Rome, Chris Lipsey, thank you so much. The camera, as you can see, is trained on the loggia, the balcony where the new Pope will come and address the crowd and address the world. What a moment that is going to be. John, it's been about 46 minutes since the new Pope.
The Bishop of Rome stuff goes back to the very early Christian church, where there was a bunch of very important Christian leaders in different cities around the Mediterranean. And the Catholic Church, that's part of what caused the Great Schism, which is basically the Catholics said the Pope of Rome was the most important one, or the Bishop of Rome.
Probably the most fundamental thing is promising to pray for him. Although Pope Francis, whenever somebody would say, I'm going to pray for you, his joking answer always was for or against. Right. So we'll see if the new Pope continues that line. But, Nora, to a point you were making earlier, I was thinking, I don't know that there is any office on the face of the planet where the new occupant enjoys an immediate benefit of the doubt greater than the papacy. When it's election night in America and we finally know who won, half of the country is elated and half the country is crushed. That's not the case here. Everyone in this crowd and all of those 1.4 billion Catholics around the world instantaneously want to like the new Pope. They want to fall in love with this man. So, in a sense, I think the bar is...
By the way, I want to say that could be true. I think Saudi is usually like 1.5 billion. Catholic Church is usually somewhere around 1.5 billion. But again, even if that's true, this is extremely hierarchical.
Contentious issues in the church will come. But the primal Catholic instinct is you want to love your Pope.
And it's also interesting that each of the cardinals who voted, 133 of them, their ballots have been burned. So the Pope doesn't know who voted for or against him.
Technically,
so
you shouldn't have that information.
Everybody's on the team unless somebody speaks.
Sometimes it comes out, and if you know the cardinals and you know who your friends are and you know the numbers, which they do, they have a clue. How popular
I think to that point, it is interesting. There have been reports of some horse trading going on, pledges of allegiance in order to give someone votes, in order to set something up. How likely is that, Monsignor, that happened, that someone said, look, if you support me, I may give you this position?
It's inevitable. It's inevitable because there is a need to rally behind one candidate. It happened with Pope Benedict. It happened with Pope Francis. And so I really do believe something of that happened today. Certainly, the Pope who's going to come to us, he went forward, but he needed that threshold of 89 votes. That's quite large.
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds. And certainly one of the other cardinals who was perhaps behind him, the word is perhaps he asked his supporters to give those votes to the Pope, who will come out on that balcony, isn't it wonderful, in just a few minutes' time.
John, what Catholic? I was raised and confirmed Catholic, so I have done all the sacraments and become a Catholic by my parents. So, and I went to Catholic religious education, and I also studied religion in college as a side quest.
This quickly.
Are you saying there's politics in side quests?
And you joke, but there are some people who will be very scandalized to
My
hear that.
autism is just like hyperfixating on a topic until I learn to a really deep level, and then doing that again, and then doing that again, and then doing that again.
But, as the famous medieval Catholic theologian Thomas Aquinas reminded us, grace builds on nature. It doesn't cancel it out. What that means is the fact that there's a spiritual dimension to this process
I would
doesn't...
be Pope Nacho. Pope Nacho. That would be my papal name. For Ignatius, Pope Nacho.
Politics, after all, there are people involved, right?
This is the world's oldest democratic exercise, and where there is democracy, my friend, there are politics.
And as we know from Pope Francis himself, after lunch on the second day, he had a sign that the votes were starting to coalesce behind him.
That's exactly what happened. Pope Francis went back as Cardinal Bergoglio. There was a table, lunchtime, with one seat left on it. A group of Italian cardinals, and they beckoned Francis to come to their table, and they gave him a question time on what are his positions on liberation theology, on the ordination of women, etc. And Pope Francis says I didn't understand it at that time. But then when he was going to the lift, one of the cardinals asked him, "Is it true you only have one lung?" And he said, "No, I have half a lung." But then he said, "It became really dangerous for me. I knew that the election was nearing in on me."
Wow. So, Delia, as you hear these crowds singing songs and chanting, almost at a level of a football game, right? And I mean that in terms of a soccer.
I think they vote by, I think it's you put a slip of paper into a jug, I believe is how they do it.
That's what Catholic means. And even though many of those people may not be Catholic, I think obviously there is a wonderful attraction to the majesty and pageantry of the election of a new pope who symbolizes this wonderful moral authority for many people, symbolizes a tradition which has great respect around the world. And I think that is why we see so much interest. Why is there so much interest in this? This could just be a thing for Catholics, but it's a thing for the entire world. And we said that before. Even secular people are interested to know who the Pope is. And part of that is because he does stand as a moral authority
in fact,
in the world.
The first address that he will give on this balcony is called the Urbi et Orbi, which means to this city of Rome, I'm the Bishop of Rome, but to the entire world as well.
It is 7 p.m. here in Rome, 1 p.m.
If they choose an extremely conservative pope, I would be surprised. I would legitimately be surprised because Francis did so many things to kind of make sure that didn't happen. It would be shocking. It would be shocking. Like, he basically expanded the number of voting cardinals, and he made more cardinals of more third world countries and developing countries. There's a lot of the more conservative cardinals are too old. Like, they literally are too old to be in the conclave. So I would be very surprised if it was an ultra conservative. I really think my materialist analysis makes sense, because it's like, anytime you have somebody like the Catholic Church is growing in the developing world, that's where the Catholic Church is actually increasing in size. It's not dying out as a religion because they're proselytizing in Africa and Asia and Latin America. And that is, it seems to me that it would be a good idea to have a pope for one of those regions. And also, I think the Philippines is a huge target for pushing into Asia. The pivot to Asia is something the CIA wants as well. So whatever the American or European and Western foreign policy lines up with an institutional need, I feel like there's going to be so much pressure put on that. The pivot to Asia is happening, and I feel like that means the Swagapino is going to happen. This is how they vote? Nice try.
Kansas. He's the reporter on the scene here. Happened to be here for a trip, but his daughter Kate's Catholic school there, I want to get this right, the Corpus Christi Catholic School in Lawrence, Kansas. They said, could you shoot some video for us? I'm here to tell you, Kate, your dad's doing a great job. He's trying to send the video back, and it looks fantastic. We've reviewed it. We got to pray for a cell signal in the meantime, though. I'll send it back to you guys. Maybe you can help.
Okay, Tony, thank you so much. You know, as we saw that shot there of the chimney and the white smoke emerging.
One of the things that people don't know is that, or maybe you guys all know it, but the Catholic Church is not just a church. It was also literally ruled over Central Italy for a very, very, very long time, from 756 to 1870. It literally ruled over as a dictatorship theocracy for 1,000 years, and it wasn't ended until the Italian reunification in 1870. Like, the Pope didn't stop being like the leader of a country until 1870. I played Paradox games. Okay, good. I mean, now they have like a little rump state. They have a little rump state, but. And yes, the Vatican is still a country. Is this a normal amount of time to wait? Yeah. They gotta let the hype build. They gotta let the hype build. Apparently Biden was on The View saying that he would have beaten Trump. Yo! You know what? You almost admire that level of ego, don't you? Like, brain-rotted Pope, or excuse me, brain-rotted Biden. People are trying to get in. They're not allowed. The papal, the Apostolic Palace, Vatican City itself, is insane. If you've never been. If you've never been, it is actually pretty insane. Mike, have you checked out Expedition 33? I actually know nothing about Expedition 33. Is it any good? Wow, 97% people like it? Holy shit. What is it about? How do I not know about this game? Oh, this seems insane. This seems like my dream game. Like, what the fuck? An original story? Indie studio? AAA game? What's happening? We're not gonna watch this right now. We're watching the Pope shit, but I'll check that out. Everybody is, it's like, the Catholic Church is just like, man, as I reflect on it, see how they zoom in? They found a woman to zoom in on. It's very interesting. This random Swiss guard right up here. It's like, where's Waldo? It's an amazing game made by ex-Ubisoft devs. Just shows you how many talented devs Ubisoft squanders with horrific management. Oh yeah, and focus on shareholders, of course. Capitalism ruins everything. It literally ruins everything. It's a whole new IP. Everyone is destined to die at a certain age. They go against a god. The 33-year-olds are the next to die. Hence the name. What the fuck? That sounds so weird. Also, 33-year-olds are the main. Wait, are you sure they're not 17? Wait, you're having main characters that are adults? You're having main characters who are not 17? They're not just getting out of high school? Whoa, you can do that? You're allowed to do that? One is 16? Fuck. I was getting excited for a second. No fucking shot. Only one of them is 16? Okay, thank God. Jesus Christ. Only one of them is 16. Okay, fine. At least most of them are adults? The games are still French? Fuck. I just want to play video games with adults and not teenagers. I'm so tired of hearing teenager voices and teenager thoughts. I don't care about you. Oh, I just became an adult and I'm moving out of the shadow of my parents. Shut the fuck up. I would like some stories about adults doing adult things with adult topics. Can we do that? Minimum, if no children. Can I just say that's one of my favorite parts of Andor? Is that there's no child characters. How fucking awesome is that? Can we just say, like, other than the flashbacks in season 1, we don't have to see a bunch of fucking children. It's just adults doing adult things. Thank you. Cold-blooded murder, weird abusive relationships, psychopathic women. We need more psychopathic women characters. It's like when you watch Andor, and you're like, oh, this is what adult content's supposed to be like. Like, this is an adult show with adults in it. Wow. And then everything else is not that. And you're just like, but why though? Why don't people like this stuff more? Why do they like the teenage shit? I don't get it. Even in Andor season 1, the children have no lines. Perfect child actor. Doesn't speak, gets off the screen quickly. Most adults are overgrown children. Yeah, you're actually correct. Your misanthropic leftist has finally hit one banger. Misanthropic leftist actually hit a banger. He's right. Most adult. It's like, okay, I'm gonna give the most ice cold take, but I need to say it. The Harry Potter obsession is the biggest red flag. When I meet an adult and they're like, I'm such a Hufflepuff. It's like, you're an adult. That was an elementary school. Can you stop? At least Star Wars is about like an 18-year-old guy who becomes like a soldier. Like, I can kind of respect that, right? His like parental figures are turned into charred corpses and he becomes a terrorist. Like, it's a very good show. Like, I like Star Wars. Like, yeah, your parents get murdered by the Empire, you become a terrorist. Oh wait, here we are. Swagapito. Who is it? Oh my God, is that the Secretary of State? Wait, who is that? Oh fuck. Is that the Secretary of State guy? No, it's not. Who the fuck is this? Okay, this isn't the Pope. Sorry, he's just a cardinal. Fuck. This is the guy who announces it. Okay, I got overexcited. I was like, who the fuck is this? I don't know who this is. God, why is my mouse being weird?
Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost.
Go back to CBS chat.
This is stunning. It is an American, Monsignor.
Again, a great surprise. An American, the prefect of the Congregation of Bishops, who born in Chicago, an Augustinian from a religious order, but moved to Peru as a missionary, and an amazing surprise for the church.
Tweet Leonem decimum quartum.
No! Worst timeline! Worst timeline! Fat Pope, skinny Pope!
This is stunning. It is an American, Monsignor.
Again, a great surprise. An American, the prefect of the Congregation of Bishops, who born in Chicago, an Augustinian from a religious order, but moved to Peru as a missionary, and an amazing surprise for the church and the world.
A moderate.
Stunning moment, because of course it used to be said for 2 centuries that the idea of an American Pope was unthinkable, and here we have an American successor of Peter.
I am absolutely stunned. Never thought an American would be Pope.
A dark horse would be the first American-born Pope, and while he was born in Chicago, he was a missionary. He spent a lot of time in Peru. This will be a continuation of the pastoral approach of Pope Francis, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, we will see what...
I think he's considered more of the moderate. He's more of a moderate choice as opposed to he wasn't, because he's not an ultra conservative, but I think he's the moderate.
There was a good deal of chatter around Cardinal Prevost, now Papa Prevost, in the run-up to all of this. But of course, you're right. For a long time, the idea was you can never have an American Pope because you can't have a superpower Pope. But the world has changed in the 21st century. America is no longer the world's lone superpower, and these cardinals don't really care about nationality anyway.
He also knows many of these bishops really well.
Exactly, because he has worked here at the Office of Bishops. That is a vital point. He has pastoral experience in Peru, and he has worked here at the Vatican. That has surely been very decisive.
This is the
the imagery of all those cardinals there,
which I didn't take seriously, because I just see this is what happens when you think things like rules that aren't really rules are rules. Like the idea that you could never. I discounted all American choices. I thought, nah, there's no shot. You're gonna pick an American. And it turns out that was just wrong. You shouldn't do that. He represents a dignified middle of the road. I don't want an American. What scares me is he's going to be terrible on Gaza.
Augustinian priest,
which means,
which is an order, and we were just saying today is one of their special feast
Our Lady
days.
of Grace.
And John and I were saying earlier, well, maybe that's a sign. He also studied here at the. Oh, he has got quite a number of good things about him. He is also an Augustinian priest.
Which means?
Which is an order, and we were just saying today is one of their special feast
Our Lady
days.
of Grace.
And John and I were saying earlier, well, maybe that's a sign. He also studied here at the Angelicum, a Dominican university, so he has quite a number of boxes ticked in that.
And John, you describe him as someone who could put a positive face on the church. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, he is considered a man of great dialogue, a man of great openness, a man of great balance. And let me also say that at a personal level, he is just extremely affable. He is a very nice guy, very easy to like. I think the world will see that tonight.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost is the next Holy Father.
He's
Seth
69,
Doan is
Chad.
in the square with some Americans reacting to this news. Seth?
Let me tell you, Nora, we were all looking toward that balcony. The crowd, it's like everyone raised 2 feet as we were starting to hear. And then when we heard the name, people looked around and said, an American Pope, an American Pope. And I looked out of my corner of my eye and saw these 3 Americans saying, is it an American Pope? Oh, what are you thinking?
Never thought I would have seen the day that there would be an American Pope.
Yeah, especially
Augustinians
now.
are
What do you
not
mean?
Expecting this.
Poverty guys.
I just didn't.
Augustinians are more. How do I explain it? They're more of sharing. We're not poor. We like to share. So they don't take vows of poverty. They're more like. That's more their mentality. I don't know if I'm describing it well.
American Pope, he can, keep the train on the tracks rolling that Francesco did. The previous Pope, keep the church moving in the same direction. That's what I hope. He makes people proud.
If I can summarize it, even there was a gentleman from Paraguay who was standing next to me. His mouth dropped. He said, "An American Pope." That is the feeling here: surprise, shock, excitement, hope. The mix of emotions continues as the space decreases. The emotions increase. Back to you.
Oh man, Seth, thank you so much. Pope Leo the 14th. That is the name. Is it the 14th or is it just Leo?
It is the 14th.
It is Leo the 14th. Let that sink in. What does that mean?
It's a wonderful name. The Pope Leo the 13th, and a new pope always builds on a pope whose name he takes.
Do we have 13th
Was a great reformer at the turn of the 20th century. He issued a very major encyclical, Rerum Novarum, on social justice. So what I think we are seeing here is a pope who is continuing in the footsteps of Pope Francis, at the same time an American who can bring...
Let's cope. No, he's going to continue in the footsteps of Francis. Yeah, let's cope. This is good. Let's cope.
Man.
Let's go down to Tony DeCopo, who is in the square.
Yeah.
Tony?
Nora, I am an American, Chicago-born. It's a famous.
What seal is he gonna make? Has anybody seen his nobility seal? Does anybody know what his seal looks like yet?
Excitement, shock, joy. It has been a marvel to see. The phones were out, of course, in our modern age. To take in the moment of the announcement, this great joy we have a pope. Immediately afterward, the heads were down as people Googled the name. Who is this person? Where did he come from? American, or is there something else? And of course, there is something else. I would characterize the condition of the crowd here at the moment as still processing, as I send it back to you.
This is Pope Francis' seal.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. As we let this sink in that Pope Leo the 14th, an American, Robert Prevost, Cardinal originally from Chicago, is now the Holy Father. The last thing we were expecting. United States, really? And it's actually happened. So to try to absorb that.
Where did you do that?
Well, first of all, I have to say I am still dealing with a personal degree of shock here, because I've been covering the Vatican for almost 30 years, but I can tell you this is an absolute first. The new Pope has eaten dinner in my house. My wife and I actually had him to dinner a few months ago. It was a delightful evening, but I can tell you it's taken on a whole new luster now. Right?
Does that make you holier or less so?
I think it makes me lucky.
Yeah.
But listen, to your point, what I think people are going to see in Pope Leo the 14th, and it's going to take me a minute to get over calling him Cardinal Prevost, but in any event, I think what people are going to see is a man of great warmth, great accessibility, and a man who I think what he's going to want to do is reach out and kind of gather this crowd, and in a virtual sense, gather the whole world
I just
into
have a
his
bias
arms.
against Americans being Pope.
And as I said, at a personal level, what I can tell you is that you'll never meet a nicer guy.
I understand why he was picked, and it makes me
now,
sad.
Let us
though.
be clear. There will be debates, and there will be question marks about this Pope. For instance, some
that Trump got an American
advocates
Pope
on behalf of survivors of clerical
insane.
sexual abuse have raised questions about
presidents to get an
aspects of
American
Cardinal
Pope, it was
Prevost's record,
Trump.
both when he was the superior of the Augustinians
That's fucking crazy.
and also when he was in Peru. That's going to have to be unpacked in the days to come. And there will be other question marks that present themselves. But all that said, my prediction is that when we see the new Pope step out on the balcony here in a few moments, most people are going to like what they see.
What about him personally? What's he like?
Look, well,
now
you're about to find out.
Oh my gosh.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost has chosen the
sex
name
abuse multiple times.
of
Oh,
Leo
yeah.
the 14th.
Oh, he's bringing back some bling. He's bringing back some bling. Yeah. Francis didn't like ostentatious displays of wealth. So, yeah, I saw that, Comrade Winston. That he allowed a child molester to live in a priory. Yeah, I saw that. An American Pope with Donald Trump as president. You know he's going, there's no fucking way he's going to stand up to Trump. There's absolutely no fucking way. I mean, maybe he'll surprise me. I just don't see a world where he stands up to Trump. And an American Pope with Donald Trump as president is just the worst signal to the world. Terrible decision. Terrible choice. Hey guys, I'm new to Catholicism. Is this good? I don't like it. Go from Francis to an American Pope. We'll see if this bitch says anything about Gaza. Or if he says anything about the starving children. Or if he's a fucking coward. That'll determine what my reaction is. Is he gonna speak English or Italian or?
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore, che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
Thank you, CBS, for being ready with the translations.
We're just hearing the first words of Pope Leo XIV. As he continues, we'll provide a summary here in just a moment as we listen to his words.
Felix is crashing out. Yeah, I'm
pace
crashing
di
out.
Cristo risorto, una pace disarmata e una pace disarmante, umile e perseverante. Proviene da Dio.
It comes from God.
Dio che ci ama a tutti.
God who loves all of us
incondizionalmente.
without any limits and conditions.
Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi
And
quella voce debole ma sempre
we still have
coraggiosa
the sound
di
in our
Papa
ears of that,
Francesco,
the weak voice of
che
Pope
benediva
Francis,
Roma.
who was blessing Rome here. We have that fresh in our minds and our hearts.
Il Papa che benediva Roma dava la sua benedizione al mondo intero quella mattina del giorno di Pasqua.
This is such a Trump CIA move.
Consentitemi di dar seguito a...
You know, like, this is just a Trump CIA move. They're too stupid to be subtle, so they're like, we gotta have an American Pope. We need American Pope. They can't be subtle and get like a Filipino Pope. They had to get the American Pope.
quella stessa benedizione.
To continue
Dio
that
ci
same
vuole
blessing.
bene. Dio vi ama tutti.
God loves everyone.
E il male non prevarrà.
Evil will not
Siamo
prevail.
tutti nelle mani
We
di
are all
Dio.
in the hands of God.
Pertanto, senza paura,
So without fear,
uniti,
united,
mano nella mano con Dio
hand in
e
hand,
tra di noi,
with God and among ourselves,
andiamo avanti.
we go forward.
Siamo discepoli di Cristo.
We are disciples of Christ.
Cristo ci precede.
Christ goes before us.
Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce.
The world needs his light.
L'umanità necessita di Lui come
Humanity
il ponte
needs
per
him.
essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore.
But as the bridge between God and his love.
Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti
May we all
con il
build
dialogo,
bridges
con
with
l'incontro,
dialogue and
unendoci
encounter,
tutti per essere un solo
so that we can
popolo,
all be
sempre in pace.
one people, all in peace.
Grazie a Papa Francesco.
Thank you, Pope Francis, for all.
They needed to pick an American to prevent a schism. I mean, do you guys really
Voglio
think their
ringraziare
American
anche
Catholics
tutti
are that close?
confratelli
I'd like
cardinali
to also
che
thank my
hanno
brother cardinals
scelto me
who chose
per essere
me to
successore di
be the
Pietro
successor of
e
Peter
camminare insieme a voi
and to
come Chiesa
walk along
unita,
with you,
cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia,
searching all together for
cercando
peace and
sempre
justice,
lavorare come uomini
and working
e donne
together,
fedeli a Gesù
men and women
Cristo,
faithful
senza
to Christ,
paura,
without fear,
per proclamare
to
il Vangelo,
to proclaim the
per
gospel,
essere missionari.
to be missionaries.
There's no way they would have picked a far right winger.
Un figlio di Sant'Agostino.
But an American Pope
I'm a
is
son of
bad
Saint
to me.
Augustine, and I'm an Augustinian.
Che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano
Who said,
e per voi vescovo.
With you I am a
In questo
Christian, and
senso
for you I
possiamo
am a bishop.
tutti camminare
So
insieme
may we all
verso quella
walk together
patria
towards that,
la quale Dio ci ha preparato.
to the place where that God has prepared for us.
Alla Chiesa
To the Church
di Roma,
of Rome,
un saluto speciale.
a special greeting as Bishop of Rome.
Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere
We've
una
got to
chiesa missionaria.
look at how we can together be a missionary
una chiesa
church,
che costruisce i ponti,
a church that
il
builds
dialogo,
bridges,
sempre aperta a ricevere, come
that is always
questa
open
piazza con le braccia
to receive
aperte, a tutti,
everyone,
tutti coloro
just like
che
in
hanno
this square,
bisogno
to receive
della
everyone,
nostra
to welcome
carità, la
everyone,
nostra presenza,
our charity,
il dialogo,
our
l'amore.
dialogue and love.
Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo.
And now, a greeting in Spanish.
Like, I don't know Spanish.
A todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida
A lot of the
diócesis
most
de
recent
Chiclayo
popes
en el
speak like
Perú,
8 languages.
But especially to the people of my diocese of Chiclayo in Peru.
donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para
Where we
seguir
had such faithful
siendo
people accompanying
iglesia fiel
the
de
bishop, and we
Jesucristo.
had such faithful people
Tutti voi,
helping the
fratelli e
bishop.
sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il
To
mondo,
all of you,
vogliamo essere
the people
una
Are you guys
of
ready for
Rome and
English?
Italy.
sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che
We need to
cerca
be a
sempre
synodal
la pace,
church, a
cerca
church that's a
sempre la
pilgrim,
carità,
that
cerca sempre
shows
di essere
charity
vicino,
always,
specialmente a coloro che soffrono.
and especially is charitable to those who are suffering.
Oggi,
Good morning,
Today,
Vatican City.
il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei.
Today is the day of praying to the
Nostra
Madonna of
Madre
Pompeii.
Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino.
Our Blessed Mother Mary always
aiutarci
wants to
con
be
la sua
close to us.
intercessione, il suo amore.
Yeah, he posted
She
against.
always wants to
He did an
intercede for
anti-Vance
us
post
through her
recently.
love.
Preghiamo insieme
So
per questa nuova missione.
let us pray together for this new mission, for all of the church, for peace in the world,
Chiediamo questa grazia speciale.
that she will help us give us a special grace, our mother.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia.
Hail Mary,
il
full of
Signore è
grace,
con
the
te.
Lord is with you.
Tu sei benedetta fra le
You are
donne,
blessed among
e
women,
benedetto è il frutto del
and
tuo
blessed is the
seno,
fruit of
Gesù.
your womb, Jesus.
Santa Maria,
Holy
Madre
Mary,
di Dio,
Mother of God,
prega per noi
He's doing a
Pray
Hail
for us
Mary in the
sinners.
middle of the speech.
now and at the end hour of our death. Amen.
Just This could be a Pope John Paul II situation where the Pope is elected from a country specifically to contrast and oppose that country's particularly worrisome regime. We'll see. Is he going to speak English? Looks like he's not.
And we have just heard
I didn't hear Gaza.
from Pope Leo the 14th. And there's more.
Oh. A tutti I fedeli presenti
And the Holy
e a
Father, Pope
quelli che
Leo,
ricevono la sua
all people
benedizione a mezzo della
square and all
radio,
receiving,
della televisione e delle altre tecnologie
through
di
new technology,
comunicazione,
online, everywhere.
concede l'indulgenza plenaria nella forma stabilita dalla Chiesa. Preghiamo Dio Onnipotente perché conservi a lungo il Papa a guida della Chiesa e conceda pace e unità alla Chiesa
and
in
guide the
tutto il
church
mondo.
and the entire world. Now he'll give this most solemn blessing to the entire world, to all of you joining us.
To everyone.
So we now prepare ourselves to receive this solemn blessing.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus.
So
Ipsi intercedat pro nobis ad
the
Dominum.
holy apostles Peter
Amen.
and Paul,
Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis.
and we also
Beati
pray
Michaelis
to the
Arcangeli.
Blessed Mary,
Beati Ioannis Baptiste. Et
to
Sanctorum Apostolorum Petri et
John-
Pauli et Omnium Sanctorum. Misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam.
They brought up the Michael, the Archangel Michael. That's me.
Et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors
He went to
Dominus.
Villanova?
Amen.
He knows Philly?
Benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
Villanova is a Jesuit college in Philadelphia. No, he's not. He is an Augustinian. He's not a Jesuit. He didn't teach at Villanova. He went there. Surprising decision for me. I'm still surprised because in a period where America is having an absolute existential decline of its popularity and soft power, to be that the time you pick an American pope is surprising.
a stunning moment here in Rome as Robert Francis Prevost has been elected the 267th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, and he has taken the name Pope Leo XIV, becoming the first Pope ever from the United States and defying the conventional wisdom that he would be elected. It's important to note he is also a dual citizen of Peru. This is a missionary. This is a parish priest. This is a teacher who speaks 5 languages and also happens to read Latin and German. But this will be seen as a continuation of Pope Francis. Right, Monsignor Figueiredo?
The Holy Spirit always gives us the Pope that we need at this particular moment of time. And what we've just heard from Pope Leo XIV, just grasp that, the first American Pope in history, are the words of peace.
Yeah, he did.
Of building
he did an
bridges,
anti-JD Vance post
dialogue,
the other day.
Going out to those who are suffering, a church that is missionary. It also struck me that he mentioned Pope Francis several times.
He said JD Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. So he did an anti JD Vance post the other day.
We are certainly going to see continuity from this North American Pope who lived also in South America. An amazing.
It most certainly feels that way. A moment for humanity, a moment for the Catholic Church, a moment for everybody.
I think I understand what it was. It was a very, very, very bureaucratic decision. That's how I would describe this pick, which is the Francis people wanted to pick somebody who would be American to try to arrest any kind of dissent from Americans. Basically, the American hyper-conservative Catholics have been schismatics, so I think they were countering that. They wanted somebody who had a deep connection to Latin America. They wanted somebody who was more moderate than Francis, but still in Francis's lane. So they went with an Augustinian, so that they would also get somebody who would put more pomp and circumstance, wear more jewels, wear the crowns, wear, you know, more silver and gold and less plain white. So they basically got somebody to you know, be a little bit more honestly Trumpian, to be honest, but at the same time not be so radically disruptive as Francis was. So it's a bureaucratic decision. It is a coalition decision. It is like trying to pick someone who's going to embody all these different issues and smooth them all over.
Not language skills as he disappears there inside the balcony, using Italian, Spanish, Latin, very fluently, very easily, very comfortably. He said a lot of things. He said, may we build bridges. He said, thank you to Pope Francis a number of times. He talked about working together towards the path that God has prepared for us, to revive everyone, to receive everyone, to welcome everyone, rather. Evil will not prevail. He spoke words that sounded very much like they came from Pope Francis.
I think this is certainly the case. He's obviously got to carry on with all that was good about Pope Francis's papacy. If we remember the Cardinal speaking before
the guns are out.
To maybe some unity, some stability. Those were words that we heard. This might be the man that they thought could bring both the Francis pastoral aspect, but probably the American-style order, stability, and so on to the Vatican and to the papacy in general. I seem to gather that
they got the swords out.
Experience in Peru, but he seems to be somebody also who has worked here at the Congregation for Bishops at the Vatican, probably is able to take things by the cuff and deal with them.
And even the way he was dressed in some ways harkened back to a somewhat more conventional look for the Pope, not just the simple white papal cassock.
That's what I meant. That was the first thing that struck me, was the gold.
Before we heard from Pope Leo, you had asked me what's he like. I mean, I think you just saw the man I know. standing on that balcony. For one thing, that was an incredibly articulate, thoughtful, and relatively, by the standards of these things, lengthy papal reflection, which he only had a few fleeting moments to pound out before he stepped out onto that balcony. I mean, you have to give him props for being able to put something like that together in the emotion, the flush of emotion of the moment. And I think that's also an insight into the kind of man Pope Leo XIV is. A man of great heart, but also great intellect. And I think we're going to see that play out in the days, months, and years to come.
We should note he is 69 years old, born in Chicago, Illinois, but spent a great deal of his time in Peru as a missionary.
Can I just pause it to say that Chicago is already insufferable enough? Like, Chicagoans are already insufferable as it is, and now they're going to get even worse. And you know he's going to visit Chicago, and it's going to be so fucking annoying. You know it's going to happen. And Pope's going to have a big old deep dish and a hot dog with a salad on it, because they call it a Chicago-style hot dog. Oh, here, would you like a cucumber and a large pepper with your hot dog? Here, how about a carrot?
As a parish priest, and as Maurice mentioned in his remarks, he said God loves everyone, a God who loves all of us. That also was a nod to Francis, whose famous phrase, todos, todos, todos. The church is for everyone. Again, this outreach that is, they are so insistent on making sure everyone knows.
Pope Leo XIV, who, by the way, lived right next door to us at the Augustinianum, so we can expect him to come and pick up his luggage, perhaps this evening or tomorrow, seems to me extremely serene. And he mentioned his own diocese, which is a very poor missionary diocese in Peru. I think that's very, very touching that we're going to see a pope very much in the footsteps of Pope Francis.
So interesting.
I hope.
You know, so much depends when we first see a pope who have ideas, and then we see as the papacy goes on, how does it change him as well, the office. But certainly from a first impression, it does seem that he has this kind of sensibility and sensitivity. We saw it almost tearing up, right? And yet we know he must also be somebody who is able to handle councils and finances and so on, because he also holds that position here at the Vatican. So the wonderful pastoral comment and remembering his village in Peru, but obviously the cardinals see in him somebody who can also be a very strong leader.
And I think particularly you mentioned the financial problem. Let us not be naive. The Vatican is facing a very serious financial crisis, particularly an unfunded pension liability problem. And I think the election of American, there is something deep in the Vatican's DNA. When money is an issue, look to America. I'm reminded of the fact that in 1922, when they had to elect a new pope after the death of Benedict XV, the Vatican was basically broke. They had no way to pay for that conclave. So the Camerlengo sent an emergency message to the papal ambassador of the States saying, tell the bishops to open their wallets, which they did, was how they financed that conclave. And something of the same instinct may be going on here.
And as Monsignor Figueiredo was talking about with us, some of the wealthiest Catholics in the world are from where?
From the United States. In fact, I was with a group just this past week, the Papal Foundation, who are handing Pope Leo XIV $16 million this week.
Whoa.
See, I told you, materialist analysis never fails, except, you know, I didn't think about the Vatican Bank's problems and issues and there you go. That makes sense. Materialist analysis.
Elected today, so Tony DeCopel of CBS Mornings is down in the square. Tony?
Hey, Nora. Well, the crowd is starting to clear out now, but there's a moment from when the Pope appeared, the new Pope appeared on the loggia, the balcony there, that's going to linger with me for a long time. Like the eyes of the world, my eyes were faced to him towards St. Peter's Basilica, but at a certain point, for some reason, I'm not sure, I turned away and I looked instead at the crowd itself. And you have what seems like all of humanity. I have to pause for a second because a crowd just walked by chanting USA, USA. I'll get to that in a moment. First, the humanity. Turning to my left, people down the avenue as far as the eyes can see. And some are in prayer, their eyes closed, their head down. Others are looking skyward to the heavens. but each and every one I saw had a look of serenity
Americans being cringe
on their face, and that's really what this is all about. Now, about the men chanting USA, USA.
Fucking ugh.
And we looked at each other and said, an American Pope? An American Pope? And then other people that were not American were doubtful. They were, are you sure? Are you sure? And then when Pope Leo from the stage said, hello to my people in Peru, major points. Suddenly he's not the American Pope. He's the South American Pope. So there's two answers to the question of where he's from. If you're American, you'll say, he's from Chicago. If you're not from America, you'll say, he's from Peru.
I can only imagine, Maurice, what is happening in Chicago right now.
They must just be losing their collective spiritual minds. John Allen, no one was more surprised up here than you. You know Robert Prevost, Pope Leo the 14th, personally. What kind of pope do you imagine he's going to be?
Well, I think in a nutshell, you saw it in his performance on that balcony. I think he will be a man of great commitment to the social agenda, the peace and justice agenda of Pope Francis.
We'll see.
Perhaps a bit more conventional in terms of his approach to some of the disputed internal doctrinal questions in the church. But above all, a blend of great heart and also great mind. I mean, if you think about the sort of sense of the moment and the sense of self it took for him to step out and deliver that almost State of the Union address that he gave not long ago. I mean, that was the product of a man who has an enormous sense that it's the product of a lifetime's experience of what this role of being Pope means.
And as you say, he wrote that in less than an hour. He pounded it out, as it were, and delivered it beautifully and flawlessly. Yep. Take us to the dinner you had with him just the other day. What was that like? What's he talk about? What kind of person are we talking about?
Well, it was 2 or 3 months ago. Part of it was we were talking about his experience in Chiclayo in Peru, the diocese where he served. Part of it was just, his experience growing up in Chicago, and, his experience. I had met him first when he was head of the Worldwide Augustinian Order, so we talked a bit about his experience in the order. And what struck me is how gracious he was about everything. Among other things, at one point I noticed he was eating every morsel of every plate I put in front of him. And about 2/3 into the meal, I said, Cardinal, you don't have to eat at all. And he's like, where I was brought up, it's poor manners not to eat where they put in front of you.
Finish your food.
Yeah. Clean your plate, baby.
Many of us grew up the very same way, that it is yes, to clean your plate.
That is
John,
the most
and I think to
American
follow
story.
on that too, how do you think he will be viewed? Certainly as a continuity of Pope Francis, but how will he be different?
Well, I think, again, to come back to the way he was vested when he stepped out on the balcony, wearing the mozzetta, for instance, that sort of crimson garment that you saw on top of the white papal robe, which is a sort of nod of the cap to tradition. I think what you are going to see is a man who is a bit more conventional, probably.
All right, hold on. We got ourselves. First of all, Trump immediately insulted him by calling him by his old name. Congratulations to Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who was just named Pope. It's such an honor to realize that he's the first American Pope. What excitement and what a great honor for our country. I look forward to meeting Pope Leo the 14th. It will be a very meaningful moment. I told you he was going to call.
So we find out where he chooses to live. Is he going to choose to follow the example of Pope Francis and live in the Casa Santa Marta, the hotel on Vatican grounds, or will he go back to the papal apartment?
He's going back
These are the kind of small things that people with eyes to see and ears to hear will be tracking as sort of indications of where he might go.
But as we mentioned, every little thing he does, everything he wears, everywhere he goes, it'll be parsed right down
as we are doing right in this moment.
Nth degree. You got that right.
Yeah.
Let's go down and check out the hometown pride of people from Illinois. They're with Seth Doan right now. They are in the square, and what are they doing in this moment, Seth?
That's right, Maurice. I met John and Jill Bowling this morning. They're from Illinois, and we were talking about what brought them here. They said, well, when we heard that there was a conclave, we had to buy a ticket and come to Rome. So you scheduled this trip from America specifically for this. And I said, oh, it must be, you're Catholic. And they said, no, we're not Catholic. And that's what got us talking. Why did this have an American Pope.
To be here surrounded with people from all over the world, divided in so many ways, and yet united by this moment and with the opportunity to see a new Pope, American of all things, which is amazing. But I think the fact
All right, a little trouble there with Seth's signal. We'll come back to Seth in just a little bit. Father Monsignor Figueroa, you talked about not having a father.
This is my reaction, chat. I wonder how Italians will react when the Pope calls deep dish casserole pizza papal infallibility disproven. Papal infallibility will be disproven. That's my reaction.
He knew his own weakness. For many, many years, he lived with a woman. He had an illegitimate son. That is the order that Pope Leo XIV joined as a young man. So we're going to see a very...
Oh, he was retweeting anti-Trump shit? To my colleagues, your cowardice to act cannot be whitewashed by thoughts and prayers. None of this ends unless we do something to stop it. Uh-oh. He was reposting lib content. We got a blue no matter who lib Pope.
So he too, like you said, we don't know. He could too also be a revolutionary Pope.
Oh, very much so. I mean, one thing I think you can take to the bank is that Pope Leo XIV is an extremely thoughtful man. And he is going to believe in his heart, in his soul, that God has put him in this role not to waste it, but to do something special with it. And I think you heard him say he wants to do that in concert with the other cardinals and all those in the church. But I think he realizes he has been chosen to lead. And he is going to want to take advantage of that. And I think on all kinds of issues, immigration is certainly one. I mean, and of course, he understands the immigration issue on both sides of the coin, because as an American, he understands what it's like to be from a receiving nation. But as a bishop from Peru, he also understands what it's like for those who embark on the journey of immigration. And so we'll have a great understanding of that issue. But there is this alchemy that goes on when a man is elected Pope. Pope Francis used to say, because it was always so surprising, his reputation in Argentina was being sort of cold, distant, aloof, and yet when he became Pope, he became this electric, maverick figure, and people would ask him, where did that come from? And he would always say, the grace of office. And I think something similar is going to happen with Pope Leo XIV. And as you say, where it may lead, it's difficult to predict at the moment, but it's going to be something electric.
Are you able to characterize his worldview over the past few decades, where he stands on issues, how he approaches the issues of the moment?
Well, the one thing I would say is that he is not an ideologue. He is like whatever the opposite of an ideologue is. That's.
And may the Christian Lord guide my hand against your Roman popery. Prepare to receive the true Lord. And may the Christian Lord guide my hand against your Roman popery. Prepare to receive the true Lord.
Fuck, I love that movie so much, dude. It's so... Gangs of New York is so fucking good.
Him. He has an extremely pragmatic and open approach to issues. I don't think you will find him consistently coming down, either consistently on the left or the right of issues. I think he will strive for balance. And I think there are going to be times where he's going to frustrate conservatives, and there will be other moments when he frustrates liberals, which is probably the dictionary definition of hitting it down the middle.
What is remarkable, too, about this choice, an American, the first, who holds dual citizenship in Peru as well, is that he was just named cardinal by Pope Francis in 2023.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that would make him, therefore, a papabile so quickly. So it seems to me also the American factor is very interesting here, because common wisdom has always been no, an American is too black and white, an American doesn't have that nuance that we have here in the Italian Vatican in order to be part of the Curia even, and to understand how these things work. But it was precisely probably that is helpful to him in organization, in all of the characteristics that Italians tend to think of as an American, very organized, very black and white and yes and no. And then at the same time, the Peru connection, which would give him just that South American flair.
In many ways, I think we're going to say this was the perfect choice. We have a Pope who has lived in South America, knows the United States of America, and has a missionary heart. He said it himself in his opening address, has a great theological background. Yeah, I think this is the Pope that we need at this time.
Yeah, he mentioned he wants the church to be charitable to those who are suffering.
Yes.
He hit that theme a number of times.
And he knows it firsthand. He's a missionary. He moved from Chicago to a poor diocese in Peru. He knows his people. He knows their needs. He himself, he quoted St. Augustine, which I thought was very interesting. He said, "With you I am a Christian, for you I am a bishop." In other words, I am one of you.
Yeah.
We have talked about that he speaks 5 languages, and as we've seen the Holy Father travel around the world, Pope Francis was prolific in his travel. I guess we should note the languages that he speaks. In addition to English, he speaks Spanish, which we heard him speak today, Italian, we heard him speak that, French, Portuguese, and then, as I mentioned, he can read Latin and German. How important is that when you go and travel around the world?
It's extremely important. I think what is interesting.
Wow, does knowing lots of languages mean traveling around the world easier? Great fucking
outside of Europe, outside of Italy.
Dipshit.
But John Paul II, of course, put papal travel on the map, right? 104 trips to 129 different countries. He traveled 2.5 times the distance between the Earth and the Moon during the course of his almost 27-year papacy.
Incredible.
And at the time, people thought maybe that was a unique charism of John Paul II. And both Pope Benedict and Pope Francis came into office saying,
okay, apparently he's tweeted 5 times this year. Criticizing J.D. Vance's take on Jesus, posted an article criticizing Vance's statement on deportation policies, retweeted the Pope's health twice, and retweeted criticism of Trump and Bukele's laughter at Abrego Garcia. Oh yeah, I mean, this is very standard Catholic shit. This is very standard. The Catholic Church is very pro-immigration. They are super pro-immigration. Because, like, who's immigrating to America? Catholics. Catholics are immigrating to America. So logically, the church is like protecting its own religious co-religionists. So the Catholic Church is very, very, very pro-immigration. And so that's going to make him right there against Donald Trump. Now, white Catholics in America are anti-immigration, like most white people, but it doesn't change the reality of where he's at.
America is the lone superpower. I mean, there are other great powers on the world stage. But I think more than that, if we analyze the trajectory of recent papacies, right? John Paul II broke forever the Italian monopoly on the papacy. Francis forever broke the European monopoly on the papacy and created a new environment in which the Pope could come from anywhere. I don't think these cardinals cared about the passport that a candidate held. They cared about the qualities he would bring into the office. And I think they looked at Robert Francis Prevost and said, that's our Pope.
A whole new day.
They obviously did it very quickly as well. It was so quick, the voting, that we thought it was probably Paroline because he seemed to be the candidate that everybody knew. So clearly there was a lot of consensus on Prevost, it seems.
Yeah, it seems to me that certainly the South American cardinals rallied around him, including the North American cardinals. That was huge for him. And it is a surprising but amazing moment too.
It really is.
We should note it is 8 p.m. here in Rome, 2 p.m. in the East, and papal history has been made. The first American is now the leader of the Catholic Church. Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost is now known as Pope Leo XIV.
Just about 2 hours ago, the electric moment seen around the world, the white smoke from the Sistine Chapel chimney telling us a new pope had been elected. Here is that exciting moment.
Ladies, the president.
Oh, there were cheers everywhere, goosebumps, and then an hour later, Pope Leo XIV greeted the world for the first time to grant his Urbi et Orbi a blessing. Take a listen.
If we're going to talk about so he picked Leo XIV, which means that he was trying to nod towards Leo the 13th. He had the 4th longest reign of any documented pope. Let's see. He was well known for his intellectualism and his attempts to define the position of the Catholic Church with regard to modern thinking. He outlined the rights of workers to a fair wage, safe working conditions, and the formation of trade unions, while affirming the rights to property and free enterprise, opposing both socialism and laissez-faire capitalism. He popularly titled as the social pope and the pope of the workers. So in other words, he's like a social liberal. Pope Leo XIII is particularly remembered for his belief that pastoral activity and political sociology was vital, and the mission of the church as a vehicle of social justice and maintaining the rights and dignities of the human person. He founded homeless shelters for boys, girls, and elderly women. Through his diocese, he opened branches of a bank, Monte di Pita, which focused on low-income people and provided low-interest loans. He created soup kitchens. He donated all resources and festivities for his elevation to victims of an earthquake. Much of the public attention turned on the conflict between the Papal States and Italian nationalism, which aimed at the Papal States' annihilation to achieve the unification of Italy. Let's see. He opened the Vatican secret archives to qualified researchers, co-founded the Vatican Observatory. He was a diplomat. He was a drinker of cocaine-infused wine. This is you can call me Leo XIV. He awarded a Vatican gold medal to the wine's creator, and he also appeared on a poster endorsing it. He was like, putting cocaine in your wine is a pretty good idea.
Well, I think it was. I think it was because as head of an order, even he would have had to have had some experience with financial dealings.
Energy, and vitality.
Even if he doesn't personally have it, I think they might have looked to an American to be the presence, to make the tough decisions and to be on top of the issue, because the problem with the Vatican finances is you have to kind of pull in all the threads and really keep the books straight. And so I think that was a large part of why they went towards an American. And then, of course, the fact that he has the Peruvian pastoral experience, the combination is just perfect for those kind of issues.
As long as we're talking about tough issues here, we can't ignore the church sex abuse situation. And you say there's some tangential, at least, contact with that on the part of the new pope?
Yeah, so there are advocacy groups for the survivors of clerical sexual abuse who have raised critical questions about the new Pope's record. One involves a case from Chicago when he was the provincial superior in Chicago of a priest who had been accused of abuse and was placed under supervision in an Augustinian residence, which was actually located near a school. Now, this was before the U.S. bishops had standards saying that was inappropriate, but nevertheless, that's being looked at. And then there's other cases that date from the time he was the bishop of Chiclayo in Peru, cases that predate him, but he inherited them. And there have been critical questions raised about how he responded to them. Now, it should be said that those who know the new Pope well have defended his record both in Chicago and in Peru vigorously. And I am sure that this is a conversation we are going to have in the days to come. I will bet you, however, that this is an issue where Pope Leo XIV is going to want to move quickly and aggressively because he understands two things. One, he understands there's been criticism of his record and he's going to need to put that to rest. And number two, especially as an American, he feels in his bones the way that this issue has been a cancer eating away at the Catholic Church for 25 years now. And he's going to feel a special obligation to be on top of it.
Right. And anecdotally, I know of many Catholics who no longer donate or tithe money because most Catholics will give 10% on Sunday in the collection basket. They no longer tithe to the Catholic Church because of this very issue. So it has become one people feel that the church has not dealt with adequately. One other big issue is the issue of women in the church. It is something I spoke with Pope Francis about a year ago, asking him, of course, he has allowed the church, the synod, to study that issue about women as deacons. Just yesterday, I was in St. Peter's Square, and Sister Rose from San Diego, who now lives here,
he wrote about George Floyd. He said, "Thank you. We need to hear more from the leaders of the church to reject racism and seek justice." This is from an account that no longer exists.
The power question is what is the definition of that? So there are women in positions of authority, we would say, here at the Vatican, whether they are nuns or lay women. But the real question at the heart of the women's issue is, can they be ordained? So can they be ordained deacons and then eventually priests? Because there are certain offices at the Vatican which can only be held by a priest bishop. So that's a question which may not move forward under Prevost. I don't know. Certainly Francis has been allowing the study of the question of women deacons, but he hasn't really moved forward on that either. But the question of allowing women to have positions of authority in the Catholic Church without ordination, I see no problem with that. Francis went ahead with that, and I would think the new Pope would also do so.
Yeah, I can tell you from personal experience that the dicastery for bishops on several thorny issues has had to work very closely with the dicastery for religious, which is now currently led by a nun, Sister Brambilla. And then Cardinal Provost, now Pope Leo XIV, has had an extremely close and collegial working relationship with her. So I think he's got a great comfort level with the idea of women in positions of power. I personally would find it extremely surprising if you were to reopen the question of women's ordination to the priesthood.
That's not
I
true.
think that's been made clear by several recent popes. It's kind of a no-fly zone. But I think in all ways short of ordination to the priesthood, I think he is definitely on board in terms of seeing women help run the show.
Interesting. Let's take you back to one of the special moments of the day. Really special moment. Here it is, the moment Senior Cardinal Deacon. This was about how long ago? About an hour and change ago, and made the historic announcement that a new pope had in fact been elected. Let's watch.
Habemus Papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost.
Here we had been sitting all afternoon wondering who this is going to be.
New Pope was neighbors with Felix's parents growing up. Wow, a powerful witness from Bishop Joseph Perry. Hashtag enough is enough. That's what he retweeted. What a disturbing video captured a view of the world's eyes of George Floyd detained by a police officer kneeling on his neck till life was crushed from him. A frightening emblem of relations of white and black reinforced by similar atrocities embedded in memory of recent days. Lest we forget other black men, young and old, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, great-great-grandfathers, ancestors whose necks were locked and chained during the Middle Passage. Then by ropes from a tree, a litany of men are brothers demeaned and emasculated. Is this the message of America toward its black citizens? Is this the fundamental assessment of whites toward blacks? Is this the closeted attitude of a nation calling itself free toward blacks and other groups this nation throws to the sides? And so we pray, and we pray some more, and we pray still, hoping for deliverance in this veil of tears. Very Catholic post, by the way. Very Catholic post. Extremely Catholic.
This is a missionary, a parish priest, a teacher who speaks multiple languages. I just think that's a key part of this. A math major from Villanova. His biography tells us a lot about him.
Absolutely. A kind of regular guy, the common man like Francis was, but seems to have another part of him which is going to help with a lot of the issues administratively at the Vatican that they want.
Languages he does. He speaks 5.
The Paroline earlier, that was one of the problems with him. Yes, he could have done the administrative side, but not necessarily the pastoral side. So they found somebody who's a wonderful pastor as well.
Interesting. Leo XIV, among his first words were to say, thank you, Pope Francis, not once or twice. It felt like at least 3 times.
Americans can't believe an American can speak more than one language.
De Copel in the square as people begin to thin out there. And what are your final thoughts here, Tony?
Well, Maurice, we're all fixated on this idea that it's an American-born pope, maybe a debate with the Americas, plural. There was someone with a flag. They were being chased around, some chants of USA, USA. But it occurs to me,
man, the gambling sites continue to be worthless at predicting things. Actually worthless. Had about a 0% chance. They continue to know nothing.
Thoughts, and I think we should leave people with those as well. This is about...
He retweeted this in 2013. Don't be seduced by money. This week on The Economist, don't be seduced by monies. Others, blasphemy. Wall Street, banks, big businesses. Greed is not good.
American Pope, but God says this is the Pope the world and the church needs at this time of history.
That's right. An incredible moment here, and thank you all for joining us to witness the tens of thousands that ran to the square for this very moment after hearing the bells ring across Rome. The nuns
He's not a
who were here with us
by the way. Apparently there's no voter registration in Illinois, so apparently that's fake.
Robert Francis Prevost come out on St. Peter's Basilica on the loggia to say the church is for everyone. So as the sun sets here in Rome, a new chapter for the Roman Catholic Church. The 267th Pope is Pope Leo XIV, born in Chicago. Wow, but has spent so much time. I mean, just to say it.
That's the last thing we expected today, right?
I know. And then he spent so much time, as we've talked about, is a missionary in Peru. He will no longer be known as Cardinal Prevost, but as we mentioned, Leo XIV, an Augustinian that has such great significance.
And we were all here to witness the white smoke appearing just before 6:08 this evening, right here in Rome, signaling that he had secured at least 89 of the votes from the 133 cardinal electors. I've seen this 3 times now, and each time it's different, it's unique, and absolutely incredible. Just 2 days to reach that 2/3 majority.
Pope Leo XIV is seen as a progressive on many social issues. Overall, many view him as a centrist. And like his predecessor, Pope Francis, Prevost has spent time embracing marginalized groups.
We shall see going forward, most certainly. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on a special expanded edition of the CBS Evening News. We thank you to all of our correspondents, contributors, and entire crew here in Rome. This has been a CBS News special report. Alongside Nora O'Donnell, I'm Maurice Dubois. Good day.
Cardinal George of Chicago of happy memory was one of my great mentors, and he said, look, until America goes into political decline, there won't be an American pope. And his point was, if America is kind of running the world politically, culturally, economically, they don't want America running the world religiously. So I think there's some truth to that we're such a superpower and so dominant, they don't want to give us also control over the church. American decline confirmed. Recession indicator. Chat, I just realized something really important. We're 4 hours into the stream and I forgot the show. Now, my sub count app broke. I don't know why. So I don't know how many subs I got today. So if you enjoyed the content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That is your Twitch Prime sub. You can make Jeff Bezos. Where else in the world are you going to get a formerly a lapsed Catholic socialist political analysis of the papal election with 6,000 other people? Where else on the entire planet are you going to get having 7,000 subs and shilling is extremely cringe? Call me cringe, baby. I just want to say, chat, that when you subscribe, you piss off the absolute worst people in the world. Let me give you an example.
Mike from PA, who is as hideous on the inside as he is on the outside, which is rare. Mike from PA, enemy of the show, this dick-riding communist, bad empanada, Mike from PA, and Frogan. Fierce warriors. People like all these journalists, Mike from PA, all these people, they are co-signing, they are participating, they are reading this type of deranged, inhuman cruelty.
Dude, Israel is killing children.
Who is literally the picture of this man.
So if you want to piss off Ethan Decline, if you want to piss off the army of Destiny's incel nerds, the single best way to do it is to subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have, as I said before, if you got those primes, let them flow. There's a lot of people here working paycheck to paycheck, parents of young children, college students, people on a fixed income because of retirement or disability, or just regular people struggling to make ends meet who might not be able to afford the stream, to sub to the stream. And so when you gift subs, you are helping provide all those people access to the emotes, access to VODs, access to clipping, access to status in the Discord. You're supporting me. Like right now, we're dangerously close to a hype train. We're dangerously close to a hype train. And when you have a hype train, the stream gets boosted in the algorithm. So right now, you can subscribe. If you sub, resub, use your Prime sub, or gift at least 200 bits, or gift 1 sub right now, you're going to boost us in the algorithm. You're going to provide support for me in this stream. You're going to annoy Ethan Decline and Destiny and their fans. And best of all, you're going to help out one of those people who might not be able to afford the sub, and you're helping build the community. Where else can you give $6 and do all of that at once? I question it. I question it. There's nowhere else where you can get that much efficiency out of your dollar than subscribing to this stream right now.
He is not a healthy man. I'm calling out supporters of snark, such as Mike from PA and all these leftist commentators who think they can get one up on me by sicking and participating and legitimizing the most crazed psychopaths on the internet.
People tend to hate people who are successful. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think success is what makes people hate you. I think it's success in spite of your efforts.
The most crazed psychopath.
When someone succeeds and you don't want them to succeed, that causes bitterness. That causes you to be a hater. Right? Like if I was failing, you think Ethan Klein would be bringing up 10-year-old articles to try to say that I did X, Y, and Z bad thing? If I wasn't one of the more successful political streamers on Twitch, do you think any of these people would give a fuck about me or bother insulting me?
I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing, but it is what it is.
They would ignore me. I wouldn't matter. But the fact that, you know, we find them stupid and we're not intimidated and we're not scared and we're living our best lives, that's what they're mad about. H3, where they found out your average viewership?
3.8K average.
How much?
Right now, the past 30 days, 3.8.
Okay.
Wild.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I gotta say, chat, that wild from Dan, it hits so well. Oh, that wild hits so hard. Marks and me, thank you so much for the 25 gifties. Let's fucking go. I wish I knew how many subs I had today. I don't know how many subs I have today because my sub bar is broken. I have to like figure out why it's broken, and it sucks. But we're at a almost level 10 hype train, so that puts us at, well, how many subs are we at? I don't know, but we're pretty close. Anyway, the wild from Dan.
The fact that they're able to succeed is a condemnation of the entire movement.
Larval material, they give you the 5. Chat, if we hit, how about this? If we complete level 11, I have a new emote that I will upload. For Dan. The DSA Wild. If we complete level 11 in the hype train, DSA Wild will drop. Because it's a word that people use a lot, quite a bit, and I haven't really ever I haven't seen a wild emote. So if we complete level 11, what are we at right now? We're dangerously close to level 11. We need 18 more subs to complete level 11. The most unserious movers are the ones that cry, but the movement. Well, no, I mean, the idea that I'm hurting the movement by becoming extremely popular and having a lot of followers while I have a very strongly pro-Palestinian viewpoint is just nonsense. What they're really saying is, I don't like this guy, so when he's popular, that's bad. And it's like, I don't care if there's people out there that I don't agree with that are popular. There's a ton of people I don't like that are popular. But if they're saying the right things on Gaza, I'm not going to say they're bad for the movement. It's nonsense. It's usually the people that don't support your movement. Okay, well, there you go, chat. It's time. Oh, wait. Why is this in web.p file type? The fuck is web.p? Okay, there you go. All right. I got the other. I have it in a different format. It's okay. There you go. Anyway, let's keep watching the Pope shit.
Many
while
of the things he spoke about resonated with Francis's message, and you could hear the strong missionary tone of his papacy.
Well, Canada, we are going to be talking with you throughout the afternoon and evening. We appreciate all of your expertise. Thank you. And of course, on this historic day when we are discussing the beginning of a new papacy after the death of Pope Francis, we have a new Pope, Pope Leo XIV. We are going to take a short break, and on the other side, we will continue our coverage of the election of the new Pope. We're also going to look at the challenges Pope Leo XIV will face in leading the world's 1.4 billion Catholics globally. You are watching CBS News 24/7.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump?
Okay, chat. Everybody, go ahead and test it out. Is it in? Is DSA... Hey, thank you for the tier 2, Bruce C. Is it in? Is it in? Is DSA Wild in? Okay, I have to... Wait, there it is. There it is. Wild. That's wild.
This is no less exciting.
How would you describe him ideologically in terms of many of the issues
That's what I want to hear.
that will be facing the church and that he will have to contend with as Pope?
All hail the Oilers.
Well, it's an interesting question.
We're just one sub away, one subscriber, or 200 bits from level 12 completion. Looking hot today. All I did is take off my headset. Honestly, I'm getting rid of this headset. It just makes my hair look like shit, and it doesn't particularly look that good. Like, honestly, all I have to do is take off my headset, and we're fine.
Secular media and that sort of thing. So it's interesting. It will be interesting to see if that voice reemerges now. That was sort of taboo. It was out of fashion under Francis. We'll see what happens under Leo.
Yesterday, you were telling me the longer this goes on, the more interesting and unpredictable the process becomes. Do you think that this decision was made so quickly by design for the Cardinals to show a sense of unity?
Well, I think there has been that pressure in recent decades, not just in recent years, but in recent decades, the feeling that a long conclave will be a problem. And I think that there is a lot of division in the church. Everybody knows that. Polarization grew. To some extent, Francis revealed what was already there. To some extent, he exacerbated it, for better or worse. And I think there was a great desire for unity, and they unified behind him. I think he probably was able to swing evidently a fair number of moderates, at least, maybe also conservatives behind him.
What's next for Leo the 14th?
Well, it's a good question. One thing is interesting. A lot of us were waiting to see when he came out onto the loggia, whoever he was. We still didn't know whether he'd be wearing the red cape, the mozzetta, traditional vestment that was worn for this occasion that Francis eschewed. Francis said, "I don't want to wear that," and that was the first sign that Francis is going to be very different. Well, first sign after his name, so Leo has chosen to go back to tradition in that detail. We'll see if that continues. We'll see to what extent does he follow the model of Francis. Does he live in the apostolic palace that Francis didn't want to live in? Does he ride in small cars? Does he give the blessing to the journalists when he meets the journalists later, as he probably will in a few days? Or Francis didn't bless the journalists because he said some of you are not Catholic. So all these little deviations from tradition that Francis did, will Leo go back to them? That will be an interesting sign.
Okay, thank you so much, Frank Rocco. We appreciate you. I want to turn now to CBS News papal contributor Candida Moss. She's also an Edward Cadbury Professor of Theology at the University of Birmingham in the UK. What more can you tell us about Pope Leo? He was known to the cardinals, right?
That's right, because he has held this administrative position in Rome for a number of years, and that meant he was very well known to cardinals, having traveled the world as head of the Order of
12 years. At a 2012 address to bishops, he lamented that Western news media was sympathy for beliefs and practitioners that are at odds with the gospel. He cited the homosexual lifestyle and alternative families comprised of same-sex partners and their adopted children. Yeah, of course. Of course.
We had this global college of cardinals put together by Pope Francis, and they elected a global pope, someone who understands the global north, being an American, and someone who understands the global south as well. He's also someone who has taken a vow of poverty, who we should expect to follow Pope Francis's footsteps in missionary activity, reaching out to the margins of the church, and embracing humility moving forward.
What should we take away from his chosen papal name?
It's a really interesting name. Pope Leo the Great was known for two things: as a great intellectual and theological reformer, and our new Pope has a doctorate in canon law. And so we might expect that he too is going to clarify the Church's teachings on central issues as Leo the Great did. Leo the Great was also known for 100%. Meeting with Attila the Hun and dissuading him from attacking Rome. So we might also see this new Pope as someone who knows that he has to stand up to the sort of strong men in the political arena right now.
What should we take away from his role as head of the Order of Augustine?
Well, the Order of Augustine, they have a vow of poverty. They see themselves as living a life of service and great humility and universality, as St. Augustine wrote about. And he even quoted St. Augustine in his opening address. So we should see him as very much in the mold of Pope Francis, as embracing the whole world and taking us forward in this kind of role of a man of the people who walks the walk, who isn't into the trappings, Mazetta aside, and wants to see a Christian clergy that embraces its roots in poverty and service.
Chicago got a pope before a quarterback that passed for 4K yards in a season. Are you guys stealing these jokes? Are you guys stealing these jokes? Because if not, if this is your original idea, I'm going to go and post it on Twitter. But if it's you stealing it from somebody else, well, then I don't want to steal it from that person. Thank you guys for the level 13 hype train, by the way. Our sub count is now... What are we at? What are we at? What are we at? Are we up? Are we down? 67.42. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. The stock guy stole the quarterback joke like an hour ago. Oh, you really do look a lot better without the headset. You don't say. You don't say when my hair is like pushed back like this and all you see are my flyaways at the top of my hair. No, you don't say. You don't say. Dude, you're the one who wears it like that. It's because of my profound sense of laziness. Oh my God. Okay. I will be talking about the denims legal shit. Probably not today because I'm I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on, but I will definitely be talking about that tomorrow for sure. The joke has been made many, many times now. With the mandate of heaven from Pope Leo, Caleb will now go for 4,300. Caleb will now go to Caleb will now go for 4,300 this year. Write that down. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Can you imagine if Chicago won the Super Bowl? One of the saddest days of my life is when the Chicago Cubs won the World Series. Like, that was a bummer. That was like an existential day of dread, because it was like, oh, things end. Even the Cubs' desperate failure streak, even that dies. It was like seeing the Cubs always be losers, be lovable losers. That was like, it almost felt like permanent. You know what I meant? You know what I mean? Like, it was something that we could all, that connected us to generations before us. And then they won, and it was all meaningless. Oh wait, Paradox announced EU5. All right, hold on. We got to check this out.
Peggy 12.
With each stroke of the brush, the landscape unfolds.
We're
And with
literally
every
just
gesture,
making painting jokes now.
a path is carved through history. Ambition, once ignited, pushes forward and can never be tamed. With every line, a new horizon. Drawn from the wells of ancient civilizations, the landscape changes, but the drive remains.
Literally paint the map.
Painting with the sharp reds of revolution and the black ash of scorched battlefields. Legacy is forged of the chosen, tracing the silhouettes of warriors. With the final stroke, like fire across the landscape, never before has the canvas stretched so far. Europa Universalis 5. Be ambitious.
It's gotta be a good one.
America. So the thought was, well, maybe they should elect someone who's representative.
Why do you use this news to propagate hate? Huh?
Cardinal Leo XIV, viewed as a unifying voice, unifying the progressives and the conservatives, because he was chosen on the fourth ballot by these cardinals here.
But Nora, it still remains to be seen where he stands ideologically on some of the envelopes that Francis pushed.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally speaking, he is viewed as a moderate on those views. And, you know, while Pope Francis was viewed as a revolutionary pope who waded deep into these controversial issues when he first said on the issue of gay priests, who am I to judge? And then in my interview with him just 1 year ago, Pope Francis talked about the blessing of individuals in same-sex marriages. He met regularly with transgender Catholics. There are many controversial issues that he weighed into. He said it's okay to give communion to divorced couples. That's not something that the Catholic Church has not supported in the past. And so on many of these sort of hot-button issues, if you will, in the Catholic Church, Pope Francis went there, not changing the lyrics of the Catholic Church, but changing the tune. And a lot of younger Catholics kind of liked that. They said, oh, he seems more inclusive. You're right. We don't know yet how Pope Leo XIV will govern. How will he talk? How will he try and grow the Catholic Church? But I think one of the interesting things is that he continues the pastoral approach of Pope Francis. What does that mean? That means being with the people. And because he was a missionary and spent so much time with the poor, and because he's an Augustinian, that suggests he'll continue that. But one really interesting thing, too, Lindsay, is, earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal had this extensive piece on the problems with the finances at the Vatican. Of course, this smallest sovereign state in the world, the Vatican, ruled by the Catholic Church. They are deep in debt and unable to pay some of the pensions for many of the workers that are here. And why is that? Because there are so many very priceless relics, if you will, within the Catholic Church, and big problems with audits and finances. And if you will, you can read the whole long story, and there's lots on this. But it just so happens that Cardinal Prevost, who is now Leo XIV, was a math major at Villanova University. Was he chosen because he's considered a good manager? And some people say yes. Could he bring something to the Vatican in terms of that? And then I think the other part of that, in addition to his, math skills and language skills and everything, is that the wealthiest Catholics in the world, many of them are in America. And so could he provide some outreach to them that could help with the church finances? And that remains to be seen. And I think part of the storyline that the journalists that cover the Vatican and the Catholic Church so closely will be following in these months and years ahead. Just remember, he's 69 years old. Relatively speaking, that is a young pope, as Pope Francis was elected. I think he was 76 years old when he was elected.
Nice.
Norah O'Donnell, thank you so much. And we are going to take a short break. On the other side, we continue our coverage of the election of the new Pope, Leo XIV, and a look at what he faces in leading the
Laura
world.
Loomer, meet the new American Pope. Of course, he's anti-MAGA and woke. Another open borders Pope. Gross. I feel like this is a better reply. Let's get this as a this is emoji. This is a better reply. I like this as a reply. I'm trying to troll Laura Loomer. Why do people not get that the Catholic Church wants to spread its message to all nations? Yes. The Catholic Church doesn't care about your stupid country. They don't give a fuck about your border controls. In fact, they want more immigration because the people that are immigrating are Catholic. And that means more Catholics in America. And American Catholics are rich Catholics. And rich Catholics equals more money for the Catholic Church. Of course they want more immigrants. Of course the Catholic Church is like, yes, Roman Catholics moving to America? Beautiful. Just got here, woke Pope. I would say that he is like, based on what I saw, he seems to be a much more right-wing Francis adjacent person. So it's like, I'll give you an example with Congress. It's like going from AOC to, who's a good analogy? Ro Khanna? Yeah, Ro Khanna. Yeah, that seems about right. From AOC to Ro Khanna. Yeah. So it's like cringe and like worse in every way. He likes Chicago hot dogs. I made my joke about papal infallibility already. It was saying that deep dish pizza is not real pizza, and the Italians are gonna as soon as they find out about deep dish pizza, they're going to like he's gonna be the shortest ruling pope ever. Snaps Pearson on possible papacy of Dalton native provost. You don't have the moral authority to lead this church. Yeah, I mean, anybody who's a serious cardinal at this point covered up a lot of sex crimes. What's really significant about Prevost is he's in a position of oversight of abuse claims. That's Vatican body recommends who should be made bishops around the world. If you failed to protect children in the past, how can you be trusted to shape the future of the church? Yeah. The molestation scandal is really fucking gross. Spanish mother, French-Italian father. Father was World War II U.S. Navy veteran, first American pope from Chicago, Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, Augustinian, Peruvian citizenship, served there many years. He went to Villanova too, so he knows Pennsylvania. He's the first Pennsylvanian pope. I know for a fact that this pope has eaten a cheesesteak. I know for a fact this pope has had a loose meat sandwich.
My name is Ken Turner, and I'm 98 years old, and I've served in the British Army in World War II, as did this Sherman tank. I'm old enough to have seen fascism the first time around. Now it's coming back. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is using his immense power to support the far right in Europe, and his money comes from Tesla cars. Well, I've got this message from Mr. Musk. We've crushed fascism before, and we'll crush it again. So let's go, shall we? Let's go.
Say to this dumbass shit. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome, dude. I mean, that's how my grandfather was. Like, that's how my grandfather was. My grandfather was a World War II veteran, and he was that. He would have had the same attitude, the exact same attitude. Mike, you always look great. Mike, you always look great. Off topic. Tomorrow in less than 13 hours. Troops. Okay. A conclave, man. Wait, somebody sent me a video that he put out. Hold on.
Western mass media is extraordinarily effective in fostering within the general public enormous sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel. For example, abortion, homosexual lifestyle, euthanasia. Religion is at best tolerated by mass media as tame and quaint when it does not actively oppose positions on ethical issues that the media have embraced as their own. However, when religious voices are raised in opposition to these positions, mass media can target religion, labeling it as ideological and insensitive in regard to the so-called vital needs of people in the contemporary world. The sympathy for anti-Christian lifestyle choices that mass media fosters is so brilliantly and artfully ingrained in the viewing public that when people hear the Christian message, it often inevitably seems ideological and emotionally cruel by contrast to the ostensible humaneness of the anti-Christian perspective. Catholic pastors who preach against the legalization of abortion or the redefinition of marriage are portrayed as being ideologically driven, severe, and uncaring, not because of anything they say or do, but because their audience...
Oh my god, that sign was so good! I'm sorry, chat. Terry is not a vegetable, and then you put vegetables on the side. Chat, if you don't remember the Terry Schiavo incident, it was very important. Basically, Terry Schiavo was a woman who had gone basically brain dead, but her like brain stem was still working, so it was keeping her body alive. And her husband had decided that he wanted to withdraw medical support so that she would naturally pass on. And her parents sued him to stop him from withdrawing the medical support. And he claimed that she had always communicated to him her wish to not be kept in a kind of like as in a comatose state or a vegetable or whatever. That's very a brain dead state. So he was carrying forth what he claimed was Terry Schiavo's wishes. And the parents didn't want to. So Christian conservatives in this country rallied behind the parents and were trying to deny this man the right to practice his wife's intent about her own medical decisions. That's the Terry Schiavo case. So when you're saying Terry is not a vegetable, that's what they're saying. They're literally saying, no, this man should be forced to keep his wife permanently in a coma, or a brain dead state, rather.
Anything they say or do, but because their audiences contrast their message with the sympathetic, caring tones of media-produced images of human beings who, because they are caught in morally complex life situations, opt for choices that are made to appear as healthful and good. Note, for example, how alternative families comprised of same-sex partners and their adopted children are so benignly and sympathetically portrayed in television programs and cinema today. If the new evangelization is going to counter these mass media-produced distortions of religious and ethical reality successfully, pastors, preachers, teachers, and catechists are going to have to become far more informed about the context of evangelizing in a world dominated by mass media.
This is an old video from like 13 years ago, but written and narrated by him. There's a second part as well. This is pre-Francis.
Western mass media is extraordinarily effective in fostering...
Oh wait, did I just get the same video twice? Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Here we go.
The Church Fathers offered a formidable response to those non-Christian and anti-Christian literary and rhetorical forces at work throughout the Roman Empire in shaping the religious and ethical imaginations of the day. The Confessions of St. Augustine, with its central image of the cor inquietum, has shaped the way that Western Christians and non-Christians reimagine the adventure of religious conversion. In his City of God, Augustine used the tale of Alexander the Great's encounter with a captured pirate to ironize the supposed moral legitimacy of the Roman Empire. Church Fathers, among them John Chrysostom, Ambrose, Leo the Great, Gregory of Nyssa, were not great rhetoricians insofar as they were great preachers. They were great preachers because they were first great rhetoricians. In other words, their evangelizing was successful in great part because they understood the foundations of social communication appropriate to the world in which they lived. Consequently, they understood with enormous precision the techniques through which...
He's basically saying, you gotta learn how to debate. You gotta learn how to debate. You gotta learn how to debate, or you're not gonna be able to convince people. It doesn't matter if you're right.
Which popular religious and ethical imaginations of their day were manipulated by the centers of secular power in that world. Moreover, the Church should resist the temptation to believe that it can compete with modern mass media by turning the sacred liturgy into spectacle. Here again, Church Fathers, such as Tertullian,
There he is making fun of evangelical Christians.
Us today that visual spectacle is the domain...
He's basically making fun of the Southern Christians.
...of the saeculum, and that our proper mission is to introduce people to the nature of mystery as an antidote to spectacle. As a consequence, evangelization in the modern world must find the appropriate means for redirecting public attention away from spectacle and into mystery.
All right, very, very interesting stuff. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, this should help explain it. This should help explain the Terry Schiavo shit I referenced.
I am so excited for Stewie's first play.
Don't you think it's a little soon for a musical about Terry Schiavo?
Or too late?
Shh, it's starting.
doing? She's a vegetable. I hate vegetables. Don't worry about her, Mr. Shivo. She's being kept alive by medical science. Gee, look at all this stuff. How does it all work? Well, I'll tell you. This one keeps her liver clean. This one checks her pee. How about this one over here? Oh, that's just the TV. Ha ha ha! This one checks her heart rate. This one checks her veins. And this dispenses gravy for her mashed potato brains. Oh, 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 Terry Shivo is kind of alive, oh. What a lively little bugger.
Maybe we should just unplug her.
Terry Shivo is kind of alive, oh. The most expensive plant you'll ever see. Oh, God. There's only one solution. It's in the Constitution. We've got to pull the plug.
There he is. Quick, Peter, grab the video camera.
All right, all right.
What's wrong with Stewie?
I think he has stage fright.
I think he has stage fright, Peter.
That's what I just said. I said that. Look at Stewie. What a baby.
Okay, that was a legitimately good Family Guy sketch. I'm not gonna lie, that was a good one. I do think, listen, Terry Shivo is a subject that we should be able to laugh at. I mean, legitimately, it is batshit crazy that it became a national political debate because people wanted to make sure that her wishes were followed, and conservatives hijacked her grieving parents who were in denial to try to push their Christian conservative nonsense. That deserves mockery. I'm sorry. And it should be made fun of. Like, if you want a certain type of medical treatment to be followed in the event that you're in that kind of condition, you should be listened to. Your wishes should be followed, and your spouse that is in charge of those medical decisions should be allowed to make them unobstructed by the fucking Christian right. What ended up happening? I think she ended up getting the plug pulled, right? Like, they have her brain scans. Her brain, look at that. It was just, the black area is liquid, indicating hydrocephalus ex vacuo. There's just nothing there. 5 doctors examined Terry Shivo's medical records, brain scans, and Terry herself. She was in a persistent vegetative state. Terry clearly does not consistently respond to her mother. From that 6 hours of video, the Schindlers and their supporters produced 6 video clips intended to support their case. Judge Greer ruled that Terry Shivo was at a PVS and was beyond hope of significant improvement. The Schindlers began, I mean, can you imagine having to fucking go through being sued by these fucking psycho parents that are obsessed? Accompanying the petition were 4 affidavits from members of the Schindler family and one from Dr. Alexander D. Gibeon. At the hearing, the Schindler's counsel read the court additional affidavits from 3 speech professionals and 2 nurses. So these are all radical right-wing people that are just bullshitters and liars. Shivo's feeding tube was removed. Within a week, the Schindler's final appeal was exhausted. State Rep Frank Atkinson and Florida legislator passed Terry's Law in an emergency session, giving Governor Jeb Bush the authority to intervene in the case. Governor Bush immediately ordered the feeding tube be reinserted. She was taken to Morton Plant Rehabilitation Hospital in Clearwater, where her feeding tube was surgically reinserted. And then they took away the husband's rights and appointed a guardian ad litem to deduce and represent the best wishes and interests of Shivo. Like, this is fucking gross, man. Like, this is how conservatives are. Aren't they the fucking worst? Aren't they just evil, officious little fucks? Oh my God, dude. Imagine intervening between a husband and wife in such a painful period of their life and dragging it out for months and wasting millions of dollars in legal fees and attorneys' efforts. Like, isn't this demonic and evil? Bayard found Terry's Law unconstitutional and struck it down. Bush appealed his order to the 2nd District Court of Appeals, but on May 12th, the court issued an order relinquishing case for entry of final judgment in order to show cause why this proceeding should not be certified to the Supreme Court as requiring immediate resolution. The 2nd District Court of Appeals, in sending it directly to the Florida Supreme Court, invoked pass-through jurisdiction. The Florida Supreme Court rule overturned the law as unconstitutional. Ugh. On February 28th, 2005, the Schindlers filed a motion asking for permission to attempt to provide Schiavo with food and water by natural means. It's like so fucking gross, man. And then they try to do it federally. Isn't this fucking crazy? They would not leave this family alone. These Christian conservative freaks will not leave them alone, dude. Keep the governments out of my business. Keep a small government. According to Marilyn Golden, Harkin's support was necessary for passage of the bill as any voice opposition by Democrats would have delayed it. So another Democrat, Tom Harkin, betrayed the fucking disability rights advocates who were arguing against it and went with the Republicans to help it pass. As in the state courts, all of Schindler's federal positions and appeals were denied, and the U.S. Supreme Court declined to grant cert, effectively ending the Schindler's judicial options. At the same time, the so-called Schiavo memo resurfaced, causing a political firestorm. The memo was written by Brian Darling, the legal counsel to Florida Republican Senator Mel Martinez. It suggested the Schiavo case offered a great political issue that would appeal to the party's base and could be used against Senator Bill Nelson, the Democrat from Florida, because he had refused to co-sponsor the bill. Republican Majority Leader and physician Bill Frist opposed the removal of a feeding tube, and in a speech delivered on the Senate floor, challenged the diagnosis of Schiavo's physicians of Schiavo being in a persistent vegetative state. I questioned it based on a review of the video footage, which I spent an hour or so looking at last night in my office. After her death, her autopsy showed signs of long-term and irreversible damage to her brain, consistent with persistent vegetative state. Governor Bush decided, I mean, like, this is some fucking weirdo shit, dude. I'm sorry for going down this route, but we just need to, like, touching on the fucking weird conservatives, man. They're just so fucking freakish. They're so fucking weird. How are you people like this? How the fuck are you people like this? It's so fucking weird. Like, it's legitimately makes me sick to my stomach, you fucking conservative freaks. You evil pieces of shit. My God. Yes, well, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because he had a Terry Schiavo protest in a video he made 13 years ago. So maybe he changed his mind on this. I don't know. But, like, this is fucking weirdo shit. What a blast from the past. It really is. Examination of Schiavo's nervous system by neuropathologist Stephen J. Nelson revealed extensive injury. The brain itself weighed only 615 grams. Only half the weight expected for a female of her age, height, and weight, due to the loss of a massive number of neurons. Microscopic examination revealed extensive damage to all brain regions, including the cerebral cortex, the thalamus, the basal ganglia, the hippocampus, the cerebellum, and the midbrain. The neuropathologic changes in her brain were precisely of the type seen in patients who enter a persistent vegetative state following cardiac arrest. Throughout the cerebral cortex, the large pyramidal neurons that comprise some 70% of cortical cells, critical to the functioning of the cortex, were completely lost. The pattern of damage to the cortex, with injury tending to worsen from the front of the cortex to the back, was also typical. There was marked damage to important relay circuits deep in the brain, the thalamus, another common pathologic finding in the cases of persistent vegetative state. The damage was, in the words of Thog Martin, irreversible, and no amount of therapy or treatment would have regenerated the massive loss of neurons. Conservatives are evil. Holy fucking hell. Pathologist here, if the hippocampus is gone, she's gone. Yeah, it was all gone! Thog Martin wrote, Mrs. Schiavo suffered severe anoxic brain injury, the cause of which cannot be determined with reasonable medical certainty. The manner of death will therefore be certified as undetermined. Legitimately one of the most evil fucking stories in American history. And I think this was really when the right wing in America became unhinged and insane. Like, I think this was actually the moment where they lost it. Like 2001 with the Schiavo shit. Like, they just lost it. It became so cynical and evil. Like, holy fucking hell. What the fuck is wrong with them? All right, what else are we going to talk about? I wanted to talk about the India-Pakistan shit, but it looks like that story's buried. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. There. Like that? Do you feel better? Like that one? Like that? Okay, I wasn't spot on. It wasn't spot on. If I have New Hampshire and Maine going for Trump, I was a little bit more pessimistic than you probably should have been.
I think that's probably where I would put 2024 right now. Somewhere around that.
Harris ended up winning Maine and New Hampshire. But Mike, I don't know why you're so worried. Biden heard you, is on top of it. Here, look. President Joe Biden has warned Republicans that they're in for a problem. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were really in for a problem. The Republicans took over the House. All right, hold on. All right, back to this Pakistan stuff.
2016, for example, Mike Pompeo, when he was Secretary of State, he was up all night, engaged in talks with both Islamabad and New Delhi. That is not happening this time around. In 2001, Colin Powell, after 9/11, made sure that someone very senior at the State Department was stationed either in India or Islamabad to make sure that neither would nuke the other. That level of engagement is not happening right now. And also, finally, India's just a much bigger economy than it was in previous instances. So it feels more confident. And its people also want to see a very tough response.
Are you not seeing that same level of engagement from the United States right now?
No, I'm not.
Not from Marco Rubio, not from, well, I guess he would be the person because he's now the national security advisor as well.
So there have been calls between Rubio and his Indian counterparts, which means both the foreign secretary in New Delhi and the national security advisor. Rubio has also spoken to his Pakistani counterparts. I think the difference now...
I've been following updates closely. I've been keeping in touch with the contacts in India and Pakistan. If you want, I can give updates on stream. Why don't you DM me on Discord? Because I'm tired as fuck.
Now is that neither side feels as beholden to either American leverage or...
Thoughts on the new Pope? He's a downgrade, but we'll see exactly how he uses his new power. We don't know enough yet. He's a downgrade, but he's not the worst possible by any means.
A moral argument or any other argument for that matter. They feel that the times have changed. They are more unrestrained, but also domestically on both sides. I think the people have changed and evolved over time where there's a lot more anger about repeated cross-border incursions on both sides. And then finally, just a growing jingoism and a complete media ecosystem where you have two governments that often make claims. Those claims are rarely verified by their domestic media. And so both sides are living in an information ecosystem that parrots largely what their governments are saying. Katie, one last thing here. That may be our best chance of de-escalation. If you have two sides that believe they've won, whether or not they have, that allows them to de-escalate.
Wait, are people bitching and complaining about blueprints? Oh, I gotta see this. Steam store. Like, are people really complaining about Blueprints, one of the best games I've played in like forever? Like, Blueprints is so good. Okay, very positive. Okay, never mind. Okay, good. Thank Jesus Christ, I was gonna say. This game is so good. What the fuck are you talking about? I need to see the negative review. 860? Don't get me wrong, this game is truly a masterpiece. The roguelike aspect is quite fun, and the mysteries of puzzle solve are captivating, but the RNG quickly starts to get in the way of the puzzle solving. Even if you know what to do, you may spend hours just to get to the right combination of rooms to solve maybe one single puzzle. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. They figured out one puzzle, and then they hyper-fixate on trying to force it. You're supposed to have like 5 or 6 things you're going after. You're only 26 hours in. There's no fucking way you are like trying to get the one last thing for perfect completion. You have like 8 different puzzles that you should be working on. Skill issue, you're bad. Okay, this is a good point. I think it's really stupid that you can't like just save and quit. Like if you quit the game, it ends your run, which is very dumb. I agree with this. So this is a good criticism, fair criticism, but not enough to say not recommended. Like get the fuck out of here. This is again somewhat valid criticism. I think there should be like ways to speed up some animations when you've played a certain amount of time, but that's like a small feature or small problem. You're being, again, everybody who've rated this game poorly is actually a bad person and sucks. What can I say? I hate when there's a work of art or media or game or anything that's created and it's almost completely flawless, bug-free. You know, the idea behind the game is interesting and unique, And then there's like somebody comes up with some minor nitpick or tweak, or they have a good piece of like like they have one sort of crumb of validity to have a complaint, and then they're like, this sucks, not recommended. I just find that attitude to be so off-putting, to the point of being like a strong personality flaw. What have you ever, like, I'm not a person to be like, oh, you should never criticize things. I love criticizing things. But you have to be able to understand the difference between this is a valid criticism or piece of advice versus this is the worst thing. Oh, this thing sucks. All right, what's going on with the economy? We have an American Pope. Stonks jump 400 points as Trump announces UK trade deal framework. It's just suspending the tariffs for a year. It's not even a trade framework.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the 10% baseline tariff remaining in place, is that a template for these future trade deals? You say you're going to keep it here.
No.
Is it going to stay in every case?
No, that's a low number. They made a good deal. Some will be much higher because they have massive trade surpluses, and in many cases they didn't treat us right. One thing with UK, they had it, somewhat closed, not like a China as an example, but they always treated us with great respect. So they treated us with great respect. The template of 10 is probably the lowest end, and therefore they made that deal. But they we've had just a very special relationship with them. Like, I won't do that deal with cars. I mean, unless somebody shows me that there's another kind of a car that's comparable to a Rolls Royce. And there aren't too many. This is a good commercial for Rolls Royce. They're going to order a lot of cars.
Mr. President, I wonder whether you'd like to buy.
Well, the last time this happened,
I would be happy to suggest a discount, obviously a very modest discount. We have to protect our profit margins.
I've had many of them, actually.
The last time that happened, I ended up buying a Tesla.
All right, we are joined now by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, just off stage here at the Milken Conference. Such a pleasure having you.
Morning.
So you...
He's so dumb. Americans like it, though. Americans like it. All right, everybody, I'm going to call it there. It's been 5 hours. I wasn't expecting the Pope to get picked today, but we've got another woke Pope. We've got another woke Pope. I'm going to send you over to VO. Tomorrow, I'm going to pick up the baton from Denims. I'm going to cover the Denims story. Apparently, Denims has just sent Ethan Klein a cease and desist letter. Sent Ethan Klein a cease and desist letter. Another Denims W. So we're going to be covering that. I think it would be funny. Like, if you ever wanted to sue Ethan Klein, I do feel like now is the time, right? Like, if you were Dan Clancy or Hassan or anyone, you should probably sue Ethan Klein. For me, it's very hard to assess any damages because, my stream has grown so much and I've made so much money off of him. That being said, he still has defamed me extensively. And there's probably, I know what. Oh yeah, never mind. I have very articulable damages. Oh my God, of course. Oh, of course. Anyway, thank you everybody for, I just figured out how, okay. Here's all my links. Follow the TikTok. Stay safe out there, chat. See you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, and